begin. More and more people, more and more people. So yeah, good morning, distinguished guests. Can we stop this? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hannah Bello, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to KADINVEST 7.0 Business Sector Expo. This is the technology pavilion, obviously. So we'll be talking and discussing everything tech for the next couple of hours. I hope everyone can keep up and keep their eyes and ears open. Um, okay, more people are coming in, but we'll just go ahead. So please just come in and find comfortable seats. I think that it goes without saying how important technology is, especially in an era like this one. Um, I think personally it is probably the biggest driving force in any economy. And so rightfully, I think it is something that is felt everywhere and by everyone in our everyday lives. And so it is really the reason why the technology sector is one of our priority sectors here in Kaduna State. I mean, I can stand here and give you 100 reasons why, but to cut it short, I would say that it is the one thing that has the ability or capacity to completely revolutionize all other sectors here in Kaduna State. So I hope that we're able to have very interactive, very valuable, very informative discussions and deliberations here today. I want to thank you once again for joining this particular sector as we kickstart this year's KADINVEST 7.0 with a bang. So on that note, I wouldn't want to take much more of your time. I would like to call on Mr. Gerald Ilukwe. I don't know if he's here already. Mr. Gerald, I saw him come in. Not here. Okay. So kindly bear with us a few minutes as he makes his way to the pavilion. Mr. Gerald would be making a presentation on the development of the Kaduna technology sector and also the opportunities that lie there. So please, a round of applause as he approaches the stage.
Where's the... okay, yeah. Good morning. How are we today? Hot and humid. Okay, so can we have the presentation, please? Before we start, can I have a show of hands of how many people are in technology here in this room? Wow, that's a lot. Fantastic. How many people are planning to? Not yet, but planning. Okay, nice. We have a strong belief that Kaduna is very well positioned. Okay, shall we go? Right, so I'm just going to give a short presentation highlighting where we're coming from, where we are, and where we hope to be as we go forward. So let's take a timeline. before this, the first term of this administration, we know that there wasn't a lot of vibrancy in the IT sector. There wasn't a lot of investments. There was a lot of talk, but there was still not enough action here. There was poor infrastructure, internet access, which is like oxygen for a lot of us, was not there. But moving on to the 4 years from 2015 to 2019, which is the first term, we started actually introducing e-government, which is getting governments to consume technology in a very pervasive way, okay, and use that to deliver services. And as a result of that, we had strategic partnerships with Microsoft, whom the government signed an agreement with in 2017, and then had, using Microsoft, implemented a World Bank project in 2016 for automating the finances and finance-related activities of government. And BCN, Backbone Connectivity Network, was supposed to roll out infrastructure across Kaduna, you know, the entire state. We signed an MOU with them. And we got into a partnership, the first of its kind, with the National Identity Management Commission, where Kaduna funded these enrollment devices, which we used to ramp up, okay? And of course, a lot of capacity building, CAT Step, Click on Kaduna, and other programs. Now, moving on, in the last 2 years, we've done a whole lot more. We have quite a bit more traction now going, where we launched our digital strategy, which is actually on the state website, kdsg.gov.ng, that states everything we want to do, okay? And for those of you who are either businesses or looking to do business with government, it will give you a sense of where we want to be in terms of usage of IT in all sectors, education, health, infrastructure, whatever. It's there. Please go back. Yeah? And of course, in the area of digital economy, which is where I can see the bulk of you are young people, we're saying, let's have the services that will make Kaduna a digital economy. And we now have KADA ICT Hub, which came first, and KADA Hive, which came second. And of course, the mother of them all is the Kaduna Technology City, which was launched in May. CoLab is in there at the moment, and we're looking, hopefully before the end of this year, we would have unveiled the framework for a partnership of how people can come in there and actually make this the hub of IT in the north. Then we have more strategic partnerships. We're now partnering with HP to supply equipment. Airtel is ramping up its rollout of fiber across the entire state. And IHS is also rolling out base stations for us so that the entire state will have at least 3G data networks anywhere. So for those of you who are building apps, you have more people who have access to your apps because you have more people who have connectivity. And we also have, sorry, it's not very clear here. Yeah, we have development partners. We're doing a lot now in digital identity, because when you're building e-government and you're building solutions, in the world of today, digital identity is key. So we have a partnership with the United Nations Economic Council for Africa, who are funding some pilots for us in digital identity, use case pilots. And then we have a partnership with the FCDO, which is the second one, for digital transformation and training. So we'll be training, using local companies, we'll be training about 2,000 civil servants in the next few weeks to start. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has been a huge partner of Kaduna for a while now, supporting us in a lot of programs. Then, to drive the infrastructure which you need for a digital economy, Kaduna is the first state to not only reduce right-of-way charges, we've completely eliminated it. So you're not going to have any telco saying that they cannot work in Kaduna because right-of-way charges are too high. There are no right-of-way charges at the moment. Next slide, please. Okay, so again, this is just an illustration of what I said before. Some of the situation we found ourselves in before 2015. Um, you know, we still have a few challenges where there's issues of lack of digital literacy on the part of civil servants and the populace. And then ICT tools we had were just offering very basic services, printing, they were not really using applications. Just a second, please. Yeah, our decisions were made. If a key value of technology is to give you information that you use to make decisions, because we were not deploying tech, our decisions were not very well informed. Okay, so these are some of the situations we found ourselves in. But going forward, next slide, please. Government has made interventions across 4 key areas. One is e-government initiatives with strategic partnerships. So for example, for those who want to apply for land, you actually start your process with KADINVEST online. For those who want to apply for a tax clearance certificate, you can go to KADINVEST online. For those who are trying to enroll their business premises, you can go to the business premise registration portal. So there are a lot of platforms that all seemingly disparate. We're now working with vendors both in Kaduna and beyond Kaduna to automate our healthcare records in Barao Diko, and medical records, and the whole operations of the hospital are automated. Then of course, the ecosystem, what we're trying to do is to create an enabling environment for startups. How many of you here are involved in startups? You? Okay, cool. And so we're continuing those partnerships with establishment of Kada City Hub, we said, Kada Hive, and Kaduna Tech City. Kaduna Tech City, how many of you have seen it? You know where it is? Yeah, it's well located. Now, if you compare this with Lagos, right, what they call Talent City is at least 1.5 hours, not talking about traffic, outside of Lagos. Here, everybody in Kaduna is within 15 minutes of the technology city. And that's what is going to be built out, and it will offer a lot of advantages. Of course, we have sectoral initiatives, which I spoke about. I'm sure you've all seen the cameras coming up. That's for security. In a security, traffic management, emergency management, that's an initiative on we call it the Safe City Project. That's an initiative in the area of the Ministry of Information, Internal Security and Home Affairs. We've talked about KADINVEST. Kasubda, very soon you're going to be able to apply for your billboards and banners online, and there'll be no wuru-wuru, you'll be paid directly, because you improve transparency in government when you reduce human intervention. When you're dealing online and it is clear, it's a level playing field for everybody. So that's what we're trying to do. And then statewide infrastructure I spoke about earlier on. We have a few security challenges. Otherwise, IHS is supposed to have rolled out 40 base stations covering areas that didn't have any coverage in the past. Our objective is that by the end of this year, worst case scenario, end of second quarter of next year, every part of this state would have data network coverage, not just 2G, but 3G, and Kaduna, Kafanchan, and Zaria will have 4G and fiber infrastructure. At the moment, all the key government locations are linked by fiber, and we're encouraging by Airtel, and we're encouraging them to run it along like Amadu Bello Way, Zaria Road, all the key road arteries of the state, so that people who are running businesses, who are running IT, can tap off the fiber, which is the fastest means of connectivity. We also have a partnership with Galaxy Backbone. They have a nationwide project, and Kaduna is one of their focal areas. So now they're going to have 4 locations that will hopefully cover the entire city of Kaduna with Wi-Fi. There's one in the state secretariat, I think there's one at the Federal Secretariat and there are 2 more around the city. Okay, so these are the interventions, both direct and indirect, and partnerships that government has made to support our drive to building a resilient knowledge economy for Kaduna State. Next slide, please. Okay, we talked about e-governance. I've spoken about the agreement with Microsoft. We've renewed it once and we're likely to renew it again. What it means is that every senior civil servant can be reached by email. You have a government portal where you can also go and get a sense and apply for government services just like you do anywhere else in the world. Data management, we've established Kadrima, which is the residents, the identity management agency. Just to give you a sense, when we started late 2019, Kaduna had 1.48 million people with NIN. Okay, that was even before we knew that Pantami will come and say you have to link your NIN with your SIM and all that. As of today, we have 6 million registered people on the National Identity Database. I don't think in terms of population coverage, that's over 60%. I don't think any state in Nigeria, including Lagos, has that number of that proportion of its populace with NIN. And that is because of our partnership and encouraging people and buying devices and not just leaving it to the Identity Management Agency. So, of course, we also have the Eyes and Ears project, which is being run out of the Planning and Budget Commission, which enables citizen feedback. So we get data and we're able to see, say, oh, this road is bad somewhere in Banawa. You have evidence, you've taken a photograph, you've uploaded it to the site, and it's evidence-based, and we can use that in our planning and in our operations. Human capital development, we're working on all sorts of partnerships, and we continue to give training in digital literacy, which is basic computer literacy. And then for young people like you, we're training in coding skills, digital marketing and all that. We have partnerships. At any point in time, we have somebody who is working with us to render this training. If you want to know more about it, you can reach the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Technology. They'll have their representatives somewhere around here, or any of our partner hubs, CADA ICT Hub and CADA Hive. We're constantly training people, and they have exhibition booths out there as well, so you can get to see what they're doing. Accessibility and responsiveness. We've spoken about accessibility. What we've done is making government accessible to the people. Now we've remodeled the KDSG website to make it more service-oriented, and it will continue to be more service-oriented. So that means that you can actually go online and apply for your services instead of going to queue somewhere. You know, the basic stuff that we're all used to in our private lives, but now government is also being able to deliver it. So you're going to have more government to citizen interaction and government to business interaction online. Next slide, please. So the strategy we're trying to implement is, at the hub of it is, we want to create a digital Kaduna. And we've talked about web services. You can't talk about e-government without migrating your services online. So on one side, the government side is web services, and at the back end, automated processes, and then of course, data collection, which we use to work. On the other side is the infrastructure and the environment, okay? That is the side facing citizens and businesses. We've talked about that. I've just given you a graphic view of it. We want to support and encourage tech hubs and other tech operations, okay? We want people who are in Zamfara, who are in Kano, who are in Kebbi, who are in Borno, Yobe, even Abuja, to find Kaduna a more convenient place to do their business. And we're very open to suggestions. I'm a chief information officer. I have some of my colleagues here. If there are things you think we should be doing, do more of whatever or do less of something else, please reach me. I'll have my details. You have my details, right? Cool. And of course, we're constantly investing in internet penetration. That's the government's responsibility. We're doing it in partnership with the service providers and infrastructure providers, and we'll continue to do that. So that's the strategy in a nutshell of what we're trying to do. Next slide, please. What are the opportunities? Public-private partnerships with, for the development of the tech sector. So if you have ideas, there are people who have come to us and say, look, we want to be able to do medical records at primary health level, so that you're able to move from one hospital to the other and your records move with you. There are people who are coming to say, we want to work with billboard management so that you know where all the billboards are and people can pay for them. So we're open to partnerships. Bring your ideas to BIT or to my office. We're very open. Or to indeed the area of impact that you think you want to work with. Ecosystem for young talent. With the availability of the hubs, more young talents are encouraged to thrive. Kada Hive, I was actively involved in. Kada Hive has internet and it's open 2 years ago. It was, right? It was 2 years ago when, was it last year or 2 years ago when they cut internet in the south? Was it last year? It was last year, yeah. So a lot of people had to move to all these hubs and hives around here because that was the guarantee of continuing your business. I've met a few young people who are talking about working with clients outside, okay? If you're looking for an enabling environment, co-working space, these are the locations we have, and we're happy to partner to create more, especially within the Kaduna Technology City. That is going to be the hub of everything. It is 14.4 hectares, 7 hectares in the first instance, and another 7 more hectares, and it's a fantastic location. I've talked about digital identity and master data management. That is just basically getting all the digital identity and putting it there. If you want to enroll your child in school, or you want to track your child's performance, everything now is going to be identity driven. In health, in finance, everything is going to be identity driven, and that is the only way that you guarantee security, and it's going to be done within the context of respecting data privacy regulations and laws. I've spoken about Kaduna Technology City, KTC. We're very excited about it, and we believe it's a very strong pulling for Kaduna, attraction for making Kaduna a key hub. Kaduna has been a hub politically and other things. As the world evolves, it moves into technology, and we want to position it as the hub for technology in this country. And infrastructure, of course, we know what's happening with the urban renewal project in Kaduna Metropolis. What you guys don't know is that we are also, as part of the renewal project, ducting all the roads. So it's going to be much easier for you to lay fiber and get fiber to the last mile all across the city, at least on the major road arteries of the city. So opportunities, but not without, next slide. Yeah. So there are all these things. You guys know some or all of this, and in one form or the other, they present opportunities for us. The beautiful thing about technology is that today it is borderless. You can sit in Kaduna and be providing solutions to somebody in London or in Bayelsa or in America or in Asia. So these are the key trends today that we will all put together in one form or the other. Some of the things we're already doing that we don't really know that they've tick any of these boxes, but it's the same thing. So while we have these opportunities, we also have the last slide, I believe. Next slide. The challenges, okay? We know about identity theft. Okay, so there's a lot of work that we're working on. We're doing with the federal government. We're also with one or two of the partners, I think Collab it is, we're trying to domesticate the startup bill. We're going to domesticate the Nigerian data protection regulations as well. We're waiting for that law to be passed. Government regulations in themselves, we're trying to make things easier. Yesterday, we were in a meeting, and somebody was talking about, we need 2 million naira to print some forms. And I said, are these forms security forms? And they said, no. I said, then why are we printing them? Why can't you have people download these forms? Okay, these are the kind of things that we're going to do. And we're going to need people. Sometimes the forms will be simple, sometimes the forms will be complex. But we're going to need people who will help us design these forms with any of the tools that you all know, okay? Being able to register for an event is an online thing now. Some of us are still a bit old-fashioned, and they'll say, let's do a memo and send it out and call courier and all that. So there are a lot of opportunities in these areas and how government actually transforms itself. Creative disruption. Some things have to die for some other things to grow. That's the cycle of life. So there's going to be a lot of resistance, and we anticipate that resistance, and and people are going to talk about loss of job. And I keep talking, I don't believe that technology makes people lose jobs. Technology forces people to learn new skills. If you want to lose your job, that's because of your own laziness, not because your job was taken away by the machine. That's where you have resistance. It forces you to learn new skills. And my personal philosophy of life is, the day you're tired of learning, go and die in one corner, right? So we have to continue to learn. What else? Sustainability. We're working very hard, both in terms of what we're doing and in terms of the politics we're playing, to ensure that we create an enabling environment after the exit of this administration that will sustain these policies. So, and we also, without playing politics, encourage you to support this sustainability. Because we're not going to come back and say, oh, what did these guys do? Quite a bit has been done, and it is evident. But it is not the end of the road. There is still a whole lot more to do. So we need to be able to ensure the sustainability of these initiatives and taking some of them to completion. Talent retention is the biggest challenge we have. And I've broken it into two. Within government, I don't know how many young people are happy to come into government. We're fighting internal battles to make sure it is easier even for people to come into government. And people are measured not by their age, but by their knowledge. Because if I say, give that young man level 12, they say, he just left school. That is not yet 40. But it doesn't work that way in the world of today. It's what you know. How do they say it? If you're good enough, you're old enough, right? So these are some of the things we're looking at. And we're also, like I said, creating an environment in Kaduna where people don't leave Kaduna to go and look for career fulfillment in Abuja or Lagos, but you will find career fulfillment here. So creating that environment is a challenge, and we're mindful of it, and we're working towards it. So with that, I end my presentation, and I say thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gerald, for that very insightful presentation that took us through, where we were, where we are, and where we're headed as I think I would just like to reiterate that Kaduna State has positioned herself deliberately to encourage and support all technology investments and the general technological ecosystem, because it really falls in line with our state development plan. And he's taken us through some of the interventions and the infrastructure put in place. So it seems very promising. I would just like to reiterate that Kaduna State is ready for all you techies, so bring it on, right? So without wasting much time, I would like to move on to the next item on the agenda, which will be a sort of documentary. So just sit back and enjoy a documentary on some of our technology hub stories here in Kaduna State. So can we have that on the screen now?
We are the lead implementer on the UK government-backed Skills for Prosperity project, which will provide certification that will be globally accepted. In partnership with the US Embassy, we have trained 55 women-led startups and provided the best of them with 15 million naira worth of grants. We are an implementing partner on the Kaduna State Government Jobberman project that seeks to train 1.5 million Kaduna State residents on soft skills. On the 13th of October 2022, at KADINVEST 7.0, we will unveil our most ambitious project thus far. I look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you. is Yusuf Bashir, CEO, CAD ICT Hub. The building blocks of a knowledge-based economy is a skilled workforce. Therefore, right from inception, we have worked to ensure that Kaduna State has built a foundation that will enable it to build a knowledge-based economy. We have trained more than 15,000 residents of Kaduna State over the past 5 years. We provide outsourcing services to the public and private sectors, locally and internationally, utilizing the skilled labor we train. For example, we worked with our students to build 2 software platforms that have generated more than 1.5 billion naira for the Kaduna State government as internally generated revenue. The Kaduna State Internal Revenue Service honored us with the award for the most innovative service provider. We have instituted an annual STEM and Creativity Festival. This festival brings together the young and the old, locally and internationally, working together to strengthen the Kaduna State ecosystem of a knowledge-based economy. We're building startups that are solving global problems. The Osman Tech is led by a 100-level student from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. With that startup, we have 3 patents. We just launched our first product in Dubai. That product solves problems for SMEs globally. Hydronamics has a smart meter product within the $9 billion clean water industry. Our freelance platform, Job Marché, built and managed by our students, has more than 4,000 registered freelancers with full access to the global economy. With Satoshi Capital Advisors, we have more than $200 million in our project pipeline. That company is headquartered right here in Kaduna State. We have expanded our offices to Kafanchan and Zaria so that more people have access to our services in Kaduna State. We're finalizing plans with the French Development Agency to kickstart a project that will positively impact
Well, that was shorter than I expected. But please, a round of applause for our tech hubs that are springing up. We hope you continue to do more impressive stuff, and we're here to always support you, inshallah. So next item on our agenda is a presentation on the achievements, the impacts, and the contribution to the tech ecosystem in Kaduna State by Click on Kaduna. A round of applause, please.
The rate of insurgency in Nigeria has significantly increased for over a decade now. In 2014, 276 girls were abducted.
Hello, good morning. I'm so excited to be here. So I'm standing on behalf of my boss, Mr. Nuruddin Medoki, who was unavoidably absent. So. Click on Kaduna is, of course, human capital development. So I'm here to talk about our impact, our achievements, and as well what we've been able to pull out for Kaduna State. So I will be talking about our program components, redefining the future, what we've been able to achieve for the tech ecosystem in Kaduna, our success stories, and as well some of our awards that we've gotten internationally. So click on Kaduna. The next slide, please. The next one. Yeah. So Click on Kaduna is a platform for human capital development created by Kaduna State Government in 2018 to give young people the emerging skills of the future and to address issues in business and public sector. So one of the components of the Click on Kaduna and how it was able to come on board was during the Kaduna State Development Plan for 2016 to 2020. It was about how young people will be able to pull out and create job opportunities for young women and as well for young people in general. So the program since inception in 2018 have been able to develop and strategize and build the ecosystem of Kaduna State through digital innovations and digital skills trainings and fellowships. The next slide, please. So the Click on Kaduna has been able to really work towards these 5 components. The first one was in 2018, which was the e-lancing platform, and over 1,000 people were able to benefit from the training. It was a 3 days training, and young people were able to come together and as well learn how to be able to make money and earn a living remotely. They were introduced to digital platforms and freelancing platforms that they can leverage on to make money. Then the second component, which was initiated by World Bank and Rockefeller Foundation in collaboration with the Kaduna State Government, is the Digital Entrepreneurship Program, which was called the KADIP, Digital Entrepreneurship Incubation Program, and the Click on Kaduna Digital Skills Program. So the 2 components were concurrently happening in Kaduna. One was implemented by NatView Technology, and the digital entrepreneurship was implemented by the Ventures platform. The Click on Kaduna Digital Entrepreneurship Program was more of how our digital entrepreneurs can be able to leverage on technology to improve their sales and of course to create more market for their brand. Then the Digital Skills Program was more of how we can be able to give young people the innovative and skills that will require them to make money and as well build skills in the tech ecosystem. Then the Data Science Fellowship Program as well is a digital, young people come together and work with the Kaduna State Bureau of Statistics. I'm going to talk about that later on. The next slide, please. So one of the key components of the fellowship of the Click on Kaduna platform as a whole is to be able to bridge the gap. And of course, we all know young people have the 80% population in, not even in Kaduna, but in Nigeria as well. So it's very important for us to include young people in all of our activities, programs, and projects as well. So there is high rate of unemployment, meaning more people have lost their jobs, especially during the COVID period. And it was important for us to really bring out these innovative ideas and teach people how they will leverage on technology to make money. Then reforms, like for this year, the KADINVEST has always said they've generated more than 4.3 billion worth of local and international investment. And all that has to do is definitely all sectors need technology. So as reforms are coming up, investment is coming to Kaduna, there is need for young people to be carried along and to be taught digital skills that will help them in whatever aspect they find themselves. Then, of course, the skill gap, we already know that there is more, we have young people, yes, we have the population, but how are we able to balance the skill demand and, of course, the skill gap? What do we need to do? We have to create, we have to identify what skills are needed and how do we bridge that gap to make sure young people have been carried along, not just in business, but as well in the public sector. Next slide, please. So I will take us through the programs and what we've been able to achieve as time goes on. So the first one is the Digital Skills Development Program, which was conducted and implemented here in Kaduna. It was a 6-month intensive training for 180 people. And as well, because we have to consider the civil service as well, so we had 5 students monitoring the process from the Kaduna State Planning and Budget Commission. So we were able to conduct training for in total 185 participants, and they've been able to add inclusiveness, like gender inclusiveness is one of the key things that we have to consider as we are building our programs and implementing them. So the gender distribution was 50% for male and 50% for female. The program was able to succeed immediately after the program. More than 70% of the participants were able to be incorporated into the tech ecosystem in Kaduna, and a high number of them were able to even start getting money remotely. And within that period, almost $225,000 were generated within just the period of the program. The next slide, please. Then we have the digital entrepreneurship incubation program, which was also hand in hand, like the programs were concurrent with the digital skills program. But this one, like I said, it's more of entrepreneurship, bringing entrepreneurs in Kaduna and teaching them how they will leverage on technology to improve their markets, to improve their sales, and as well build more skills and create more job opportunities for people within Kaduna State. The program was conducted at the Kaduna Business School, and 180 participants, which was also gender distributed. 50% were female and 50% were male. Next slide, please. Then during the peak of COVID-19, the Click on Kaduna brand got a grant from the Wacom and the World Bank to implement a 2-week digital literacy and digital skills program for young people in Kaduna State. The program was conducted virtually, and we had 250 participants. It was a very successful program because people got to understand how important technology is, especially during the period of COVID-19, where most people lost their jobs due to the pandemic and were not able to leverage on their skills. One is they don't really have the skill to be able to even get jobs online. And another issue was that even if they had the skills, they didn't had the platform that they would be able to sell their skills there and get money online. So with the virtual training, we were able to pull out 250 young people and train them on animation, on graphics design, digital marketing, and as well entrepreneurship, so that they will be able to leverage on that pandemic period to make money. The next slide, please. So the Data Science Fellowship Program, which is the currently implemented by the Kaduna State Bureau of Statistics in collaboration with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the NADV Foundation for Technology Innovation. The Data Science Fellowship Program is implementing the second cohort, which in the first one, 30 people were incorporated into the fellowship program. They learned how they will leverage on data management to build the skills and meet the gap of the Kaduna State Bureau of Statistics. As we all know, like our governor always say, data is the new oil. It's important to really carry young people in digital ecosystem and building their skills in leveraging on data for decision making. So the Click on Kaduna Fellowship Program is aimed at helping young people to gain employment opportunities and as well support the Kaduna State in implementing its data revolution plan. It was the first year, 30 people were inducted, and currently we have 40 people in the second cohort of the fellowship program. It's a 3 year program, so by next year we'll be rounding up with another 30 sets who have really done well for Kaduna State and have got so many opportunities even outside of the country. We've recorded so much success that we are still trying to see how the fellowship program will be extended even after the implementation of the Data Lab project. Next slide, please. So I will talk on how the fellowship program has impacted Kaduna State, because the Data Lab project is actually the Bill and Melinda Gates funded project. So they are pro-health, meaning they want to strengthen the use of data in the health sector. So the fellows of the fellowship program have been able to support Kaduna State government, especially the Kaduna State Bureau of Statistics and the Kaduna State Ministry of Health, in digitizing so many of their products that they've been doing manually to digital form, and leveraging on these skills they've learned to as well build their skills. So one of the key things they were able to do was the General Household Survey, which was conducted in 2020. Normally, the Kaduna State Bureau of Statistics only have the manual reports, but with the introduction of the fellowship program, they were able to digitize the structure and have like a dashboard for the reports. Then they've been also supporting the Kaduna State Ministry of Health in integrative supportive supervision. As we all know, health is very important, and to carry everybody along, the Kaduna State Ministry of Health are leveraging on our fellows to to support them in going to digitize the tool that they have to do manually into a digital form that they are using currently to collect data every quarter of the year. Then they've also contributed to the health. Kaduna State is the first subnational to have an health facility analytics platform, which is implemented by the Kaduna State Bureau of Statistics through the Data Lab project as well. So the next slide, please. So you can see we have so many of our partners. I can see most of them are even here. We've collaborated with almost all the hubs in Kaduna State, building this ecosystem and working closely with them to implement most of our programs. Even in trainings, we make sure that we carry all the all our innovation hubs. We've worked with CAD ICT, we've worked with Colab, we've worked with Grey Hub, with IT Central, and so many other innovative hubs within the state to really implement all of our digital skills training and program. We've also worked with, of course, the World Bank, who are the initiators of the Click on Kaduna, the Rockefeller Foundation, who have funded our projects, and as well the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, who is currently funding the Data Science Fellowship Program. We've also worked with universities, with tertiary institutions within Kaduna State to support and also provide us with resources and also as well boost the reach to how we can implement our digital skills program. So much of our successes. This is just the few because of time. I will try to just talk about how, the next slide please, how the Click on Kaduna have been able to pull out within 2018 to 2020, more than $300,000 was in by 1,700 program beneficiaries. So the program cut across the Click on Kaduna Digital Skills Program, the e-lancing training, the Digital Entrepreneurship Program, and as well the Data Science Fellowship Program. The 60% of our participants have transitioned either to the formal or virtual employment, furthering their studies abroad and setting up their own tech businesses, which is of course a huge success for us, as I can see so many of our alumni here present and are here to showcase so much of what they've done within and outside of the country. Then 20% of them have also gotten professional and global qualification from IBM and Microsoft. Next slide, please. So one of our key highlights for the Click on Kaduna platform is that we've been able to earn the World Bank Vice President Recognition Award for global impact. The local products like Click on Kaduna has gained world recognition through the impact we've made in Kaduna State. Then the last but not the least, the next slide please. We have also designed opportunities to skill how our fellows, our participants and beneficiaries of this program are able to leverage on technology to improve Kaduna State and take Kaduna State further in terms of using technology and building the tech ecosystem. We have our fellows and our participants working remotely here in Kaduna, but are working from countries in the Europe and Asia as well. With this, I would want to stop here, and I hope that in the nearest future, Click on Kaduna will be remembered as a platform that has really demystified the tech ecosystem in Kaduna State and Nigeria at large. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Fatima. Click on Kaduna for that very, very beautiful presentation. I think you will all agree with me when I say that Click on Kaduna has really, really impacted on so many people. And I'm really highly impressed with how inclusive they are, how much they've been able to measure their successes. I hope that moving forward, we're only able to work even more together in achieving our goals together, inshallah. So we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, our pitching sessions. So how many of us here know about Shark Tank? Anybody? Really? Shark Tank? Oh, okay, just one person. Two, three. Okay, great. So how many of you here are rich? Maybe I should rephrase. Great. Um, how many of you here would like to be angel investors? Nobody? See, that's the problem. We want to collectively impact, but we're so scared to, look around us. We don't have to have the ideas ourselves. We can facilitate it, we can support people. So the idea for this session, this pitching session, is that we have a couple of brilliant minds here with us, and they're going to sort of present to you their products, pitch to you their business ideas, and then if you feel you want to talk further, if you want to invest, this will be a great opportunity to really appreciate how brilliant our people here in Kaduna are and the potential that we all have. So I'm hoping this would be a very, very nice and interesting session. I hope that we all here pay very close attention, and who knows, maybe they'll end up with overflowing investors, no? So please, a round of applause while I call on our first batch of pitchers. Rescue me. If you're here, can you make your way to the stage? Rescue me. Nobody is here? I'll give them a few seconds just in case they need to get some things ready. It's fine. So we'll move on to the next set of people, Byte Express. Byte Express, I hope I'm pronouncing it right because I don't see anyone moving. Okay, great. Please, a round of applause, please. Thank you. Would it be just you? Would it be just you? Okay, sure.
There's one person, Ali.
Just coming?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay, just coming.
Ali, you please come on stage. Good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Aminu. I'm the founder and CEO of Byte Express. The reason for sitting in front of you today is to request for an equity investment of 30 million naira for 50% stake of a project we're currently working on. I know you might have some obvious questions right now, like, what is Byte Express? What project are we working on? Is it undervalued or overvalued? But before I proceed to answering this question, I briefly want to talk about the economic revolution we're currently facing. We're in the middle of an economic revolution, which is a transition from the industrial way or system of doing things to a virtual way or system. It's obvious that things are no longer done the way they used to be before. Businesses or rather transactions could be conducted from anywhere at any point in time in millions. It's unfortunate that some people think technology is here to take away our jobs. But if we are to be realistic, I think reverse is the case. Technology is... Okay. Sorry. Technology is here with vast number of opportunities. Remember I said millions and thousands of transactions could be conducted from anywhere at any point in time? One of the major constraints me and my team figured out was that We don't have a proper logistic system to accommodate these transactions. Which brings me back to my initial questions. What is BitByte Express? So BitByte Express, okay. Okay, what's BitByte Express? As you could all see on the screen, BitByte Express is a logistic company that mediates transactions between two or more parties with an end goal of creating simplicity and satisfaction. We envision creating environments with systems that inspire, support, and simplify human daily activities. We operate by initiating projects that will eventually pave way to the wider vision. We've initiated our first project tagged Project ASTS, which is an acronym for a standard transportation system. The project is objected at standardizing transportation globally. However, our current mandate is to standardize the transportation system in our immediate environment, which is Kaduna State. Project ASTS is a network between the major stakeholders in the logistics sector. Okay. Sorry, as you can see on the screen, Project ASTS is a network within the major stakeholders in the logistics sector, which are the investors, clients, riders, and lawmakers. For example, the investors, these are a group of people that inject money into the project in order to create a system which is beneficiary to everyone within the sector. The client is obvious enough that these are the end users. Riders. I want to use this medium to appreciate our current riders. These are a group of people that come together. We leverage on their network in order to handle people's transportation, which include transporting people and goods from one place to another. Lawmakers, I should have made mention of them at first. These are a group of people that work day in and night to put together an enabling business environment for businesses like mine and other businesses. So the stronger the network, we believe the stronger transportation could be accessed from anywhere at any point in time. In addition to what I said, Project ASTS is designed to take into consideration creating an educated and a happy environment. We believe in the power of an educated and a happy environment. So this is an illustration of people like smiling. So the happier the environment, the more possibilities for businesses to occur. So I would like to quickly move to our analytics. So based on our analytics, if we mediate 10,000 millions of transactions occurs daily in Kaduna State here, sorry. If we can mediate just 10,000 transactions with a profit of 15 naira per transaction at 70% loss, we will generate a gross profit of 54 million annually, a net profit of 27 million, which breaks our ROI to 40% and ROE to 40%. So we conducted a feasibility study to see whether this is feasible. So we created a working prototype. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, based on our prototype, the minimum we generate per transaction is 100 naira, which is twice as much of what we used in our hypothesis. So for each transaction we handle, that's the transportation, we transport a good from one place to another, the minimum we make per that transaction is 100 naira as our own profit. Let's assume we're charging 1,000 naira. So the rider that transports the product or good from one place to another remits just 20% back to the company. Another interesting thing we figured out was that most of the clients do call us after handling our transactions to appreciate the service we render. They tag it as quick, simple, and fast, to be precise. Another thing again is the riders. I quote their words. That's what they normally used to tell us. Mun gode, Allah ya sa albarka kuma kada a manta da mu. they used to be very happy when we engage them handling some of these things. I guess one of our riders, there was a time he called me and he was like, I can even live on this because we've created another source of income for him. So, so this did not only affirm the fact that this is feasible, but it equally made us acknowledge that we've created a win-win scenario for both the riders, clients, and we ourselves. And the stronger we can make this network, the more possible it's going to be for people to access transportation from anywhere and at any point in time. So before I move to our Q&A session, can I please have a volunteer? Anyone, or should I pick? Okay, please. What's your name?
Mubarak.
Okay, Mubarak. Remember I said in addition to creating, in addition to mediating the transaction we do, we equally try to create a happy and an educated environment. So I'm going to play a game with Mubarak, and if he wins, I'll give him a coupon for a free transaction and a dessert. Okay, this is how the game is going to be. I'm going to ask you 5 random questions, and I want you to answer all of them wrongly.
Okay.
Okay, I'll hand over the mic to him. I'm asking him 5 random questions, and I want him to answer all 5 wrongly. And if he wins, I'll give him a coupon for a free transaction and a dessert. So. Okay, Mubarak, what are you wearing? Wrongly. What are you wearing?
Blue kaftan.
Wonderful. Are you putting on a cap?
No,
Okay, that's good. What did you have for breakfast today?
nothing.
Interesting. Are you putting on shoes?
No.
How
I'm
many
putting
have
on
we asked so
pumps.
far?
No?
How many?
4.
He answered the question correctly. Mubarak failed. That's the last question. So you see, everyone is currently smiling. This is what we want people to remember whenever they think about BitByte Express, not only the business aspect. I think we can proceed to the Q&A session. Not only me, like everyone wants to hear you.
Thank you. My name is Sheikh Mohammed Hassan. Thank you for your very eloquent presentation. I just have some few concerns.
Okay.
You're going to be using riders,
Yeah.
right? Considering the fact that you are going to be domesticating your business here in Kaduna
Okay.
and maybe later in future towards a larger part of the north,
Yeah.
how do you account for the security of your riders?
Okay. You know, it's the habit of a Nigerian to answer a question with question. Should I equally ask you one? Good. Are you working?
Yes, I am.
Employed?
Yes.
Good. Do you know your employees like before they employed you? Your employers before they employ you?
No.
Why did they trusted you with the security of their product or service or whatever?
I think you're not getting my way. I'm not talking about the goods.
No, you're
the
thinking of...
security of the rider, not the products.
I quote Jim Ran. Trying is risky, not trying is risky. To tell you how risky life is, no one is getting out alive.
I get you.
Thank you.
That was a very nice presentation, but I have one question. My name is Jalal Ahmed.
Okay,
actually.
Jalal Ahmed.
Okay, my question is similar to his, but I know you've done your background checks on your riders and everything. But what about the data privacy of your customer? Because those riders will be going to their homes and other places. How am I sure that that rider will not get back to me or something, that my data to you is private, as in is secured? You understand?
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
how are we going to tackle that data privacy of our clients? That's what you're concerned about. Okay. I can't really say we have much control over that because, in as much as we will want a secure environment for our clients, but there are limits to things we could do. For example, Jumia, Alibaba, etc., they send riders to their clients, and though we have a complete database for our riders. So if we're able to trace anything to a specific rider, we will definitely hold him accountable for whatever it might be. But there are limits to things we could actually do.
Okay, so here's a simple question. Like, do you have an app or do you have a website? How do you operate? How can your customers reach you, your clients reach you?
Okay, so currently we operate manually. I personally am a tech person, but the main reason why my presentation was not mostly about tech is because I understood a very simple concept along the course of running my business. I've been in business for like 3 years now. Instead of starting from the technology, moving downward, it's better for me to understand my clients and build upward. Especially in a time where we live, the times we live, a lot of scammers are everywhere. So it's people are very skeptical when they see a new platform and, oh, let me just onboard and do this. But when you know that you've transacted with BitByte Express and you're able to credit us for what we did when we're migrating to a software or something of that nature, I don't think you'll be skeptical. And this is one of the main reasons why we're trying to raise funds now to iterate our services. Okay, now we operate manually. WhatsApp, phone calls, Gmails, Instagram, Twitter. We take in orders through all these things.
All right, thank you so much, MD and CEO.
Okay.
I just want to find out what's the current financial value of BitByte today, and how much would BitByte worth in 3 years?
What's the current what?
Value of BitByte, and how much would it be worth in 3 years?
We're not valuing the company now. We're valuing the project we are working on. As I said earlier, BitByte Express is a company that operates by initiating projects that will eventually pave way to our wider vision, which is to create environments with systems that inspire support and simplify the flow of human transactions. So this project is being valued. That's why I said we're giving 50% of this project for 30 million naira. The ROI is going to be 40% of investment. The ROE will equally be 40% of investment because we have no current debt we're running with right now. So what we literally did was to create a working prototype to test whether whether what we hypothesized is feasible or not. Okay, time is not on my side, so I quickly have to round up. Thank you very much. A round of applause for this gentleman that played the game with me, though I was the one that win. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, BitByte Express. I am hoping that you're pulling at your checkbooks. You know, you can. I'm sure some of you are shy right now, so there's going to be time to network. If you have any further questions, if you want to interact with them any further, there will be a networking session just for that. And so I'd like to quickly move on to the other pitchers. Rescue Me, I think they're here now. But before they come on stage, I would just like to kindly ask that you scan your tags, your wristbands, I don't know what to call them, but please scan them and please take a survey. It's more of a feedback form because we would love to hear what you have to say about the expo. So please, in your own time, just scan your tags and take the survey, please. Rescue Me, are you here? Okay. So just give them a few seconds to set up.
In Nigeria has significantly increased.
I see that we're running a bit behind schedule, so we'll like to pick it up
The rate of
a bit
insurgency in
faster.
Nigeria has significantly increased for over a decade now. In 2014, 276 girls were abducted in Chibok local government, Borno State, Nigeria. This has been a very traumatic experience for us. The same thing happened again just a few years down the line, where over 140 students were abducted in Kaduna State. And the same thing happened again, where over 70 students were abducted in Kaduna. Now the problem is, these emergency situations is not just in people being kidnapped, but people involved in fire accidents, people involved in road accidents, people being raped. Hi, my name is Ibrahim Sani, co-founder at Rescue Me, where we address these type of emergency situations in real time.
Rescue Me is a data-driven platform built around AI, an artificial intelligence that is capable of detecting. Put together with a smoke detector around your homes, it could detect possible fire accident and send an SOS message to the dashboard. Rescue Me has a dashboard that is being monitored by security personnel of fire accident, road accidents, any insurgency. Rescue Me has an ecosystem whereby we have wearables and, like I said, smoke detectors that are connected to the dashboard. Those wearables, with a single tap, you can send an SOS message to the dashboard. Rescue Me is a solution that is built in mind with fast response to emergency situation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the video. I don't know if they were able to hear you. I was asking that we turned up the volume a bit. But since you're here, I'll just hand over to you. Talk to them. Hopefully get an investor or 2 or 5. I don't know. Good luck.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are Rescue Me, a solution that provides emergency response to emergency situations. For over a decade now, emergency situations has been happening and people don't know how to respond to it. There are services like 911, 121, and 717. Even though people know these services exist, you can pick up your phone when you're about to get robbed or kidnapped or you're in a road accident. It's not practical. Why is it not practical? Because some people are not aware of these services, and even if they are aware of these services, they have to wait for a waiting period for someone at the call center to pick up the phone and respond to them. And after they respond to them, they have to explain their situation. Imagine you're in panic mode and you're like, I'm about to get kidnapped, I'm about to get kidnapped. It's definitely not practical. You might not even be in the right mental state to explain such. So this is why Rescue Me is here. Rescue Me is the solution, because with a single tap on your wearable, it tells you the exact location of where that emergency situation is, and the right rapid response team would come to your rescue. Be it road accident, be it fire accident, be it a kidnapping situation. At the very least, your location will be tracked in real time. We have a working solution right here if you would like to practicalize. Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
So please, how do you plan to locate people in real time? Are you partnering with Google Map, or do you have your own customized method?
So the app is right here. It works in real time. We have people who have tested this app. We have Abraham over there. And I would like you to also try the app. It's right here. So these are the various emergency situations. If you could tap on any of these emergencies, the right rapid response team will come to your rescue. I also have 3 emergency contacts in which my location will be sent to them in real time. So yes, we are using the API of Google Map on this app. Yes.
All right. The reason why I asked this question, because I know Google Map is very inaccurate in Nigeria. So maybe I'm in Malali and I have an emergency and it will lead you to Ungwansinusi. So what should you do in this case?
So the reason why some of these times maybe you're going to a particular location and you put your latitude and longitude and the location is not accurate is because that location has not been mapped properly. People that map these locations are people like you and I. So as far as these locations have been mapped correctly, which 90% of the time it's accurate, just in a few situations maybe the road is untarred or it's not in a urban area, that's when you have issues. But 90% of the time it works. And any response that we get that the location is wrong, we would update that from our platform. Yeah.
Okay. At first, this solution, is it focused on just the urban area? Because if it's also focused, hello? Okay. I'm saying that the solution, is it just focused on the urban area? Because I believe that if it's directed towards the rural, they are not having much internet issue. They are having very well internet issue, and of course, Google Maps, they use that. And even if you call for response now, I mean, every day we do have incidents, but we can call maybe securities. They hardly come because people that are attacking, they themselves they are scared of them. So why would we even use it? Even using it wouldn't call for any solution.
Thank you very much for that question. So we have thought through this about these scenarios. So in that situation, for rural areas where there's no network, right? We are going to use a service called Blockstream. It's on the blockchain technology. So whether there's network or no network, it's going to work. So it's part of the services that we offer. And in situations where they don't have smartphones, they can also use their USSD codes to ask for that help. So my partner here would explain more on the Blockstream technology.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. Of course, we have security issues in Nigeria, and everyone would like to think of a way to tackle it. But we came up with a solution, Rescue Me. The initial stage, it uses internet to send messages across. But then we asked also, what if someone is in a situation where there's no internet access? How would he send a response, right? Well, I had to call most of my friends who are tech geniuses to help me find a solution for this. Then someone gave me an idea. Okay, you could use Blockstream. Blockstream is a satellite that is freely available in Africa and most other countries, which you can send bytes of data to. So if we can have access to, of course we have to have the mega hardware, which we'll keep at our station. And from that, you can send messages from the wearable. We have a wearable, you attach to your hand, and with a single tap, it sends message to the satellite, even without internet. So that's, if you are in a rural area without network, whether your SIM is off or your phone is off, you can then send an SOS message. Hope that answers your question.
My name is Abdullah Umar. I want to ask you on how you operate, like rescuing someone. Do you like the weapons? Are you using weapons to rescue someone, or you use security agencies?
Okay, great. So we plan to partnership with both the government, private sector, and other people that are already, well equipped in that aspect. So what we provide is a dashboard that if any person sends an emergency message, it goes to the dashboard. And then those response team, whether it's fire accident or it's banditry, they are watching the dashboard, they are seeing what is going on. Then from there, they dispatch to that location. Let me give this short story, right? There is this family man traveling with his family to, say, Lagos. So on their way, right, it got late, so the car broke down. So as the car broke down, it's getting late. So, of course, if he tries to stop someone on the road to help him, I mean, no one on the right now would stop at that time to help someone on the road. So, well, he can quickly tap on his wristband and request for a rescue, and of course, come get rescued.
Hello. Good afternoon. Yeah. My question is, how do you guys plan to tackle with accessibility? Accessibility in the sense that, what about people that are blind? Can they use this app? Somebody that can't speak English, can he or she use this application? Does it have assistive technology? I'm sure you guys are aware of assistive technology. can people that have challenges, difficulties use this app? Difficulties like language, maybe sight, someone that has only one hand. How would they be able to use this app successfully?
All right. Good question. Well, on initial setup, right? Of course, you'll be at home, at the comfort of your home, setting up the app. You could call someone that maybe speaks English or could read, that is not blind. That person will set it up for you. Once it's set up and you have the wristband on your hand, all you need to do, you don't need to speak, you don't need to tap anything, you just hit the wristband and sends the message.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. It's a fantastic idea. I was just wondering when you are going to get to the financials.
Okay.
Or is it a community service app?
No.
Okay, you get to the financials. Maybe somewhere along the line. Okay, my question is, you are going to be using AI, and AI's requirement for large data is well established. But it says it in direct contention with privacy. So how are you going to balance the two? How safe is my data with you?
So, thank you very much for that question. How safe is your data with you? We are in good hands because we are actually part of the people that are responsible for organizing the data science fellowship that has been running in Click on Kaduna. So we are well aware of people's rights to data privacy. We're going to ensure that we follow standard operating procedures in making sure people's data do not go into the wrong hands. Only the right information that the rapid response team needs will get. So if it's a situation that requires help, the right rapid response team for health would get that location and they'll attend to that specific person or group of people. I hope this answers your question. All right. The gentleman over there. Okay. I guess that's all for now. What's your question? False alarm? So that's a very good question. So before the right rapid response team comes to your aid, we're going to verify. So the first time you send an alarm that, okay, you're in trouble, you have 2 strikes. If you do it the second time, you're out of that network. Because it's something that happens. People do scam calls. People call Ubers and cancel, and there's a penalty for that, right? So the same process. All right. So, all right. Thank you. Okay. Just pass on the mic.
So that person that you just logged out of your own server, can't he go and make other accounts with different Gmails and continue sending false alarms?
So the same process again would happen, and then we'll try to use assistive technology and artificial intelligence to know how we can improve on scam situations. Because don't forget, when people send emergency situations, this information comes to a dashboard where they would collate, and we'll see where those regions have high emergency situations. So if it's a region that it's very low, then we might bring human interference and, call to verify. Thank you. Okay, it's time.
All right, that's pretty much it. Yeah. Thank you so much, Rescue Me. I hope you get to rescue more lives than you ever anticipated, or I hope we don't even get in danger to need you. Next on our agenda, I know that we're a bit tired, hungry, and so on. So I'd like to invite Graysoft Technologies to make a presentation on the investment and business opportunities in the metaverse. Please, a round of applause for Ralph from Graysoft.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thought Anna was going to say, I hope you are going to rescue me. Of which I had said, I hope they don't have to rescue you. If you're feeling as hot as I was before I had to take off my jacket, let's see your hand. Oh boy, I'm not alone. All right, so we'll just get to it. My name is Issa Raphael, and I work at Grace of Technologies. I'm really happy to be here to share this moment with you. So by way of hand, let's do a check to see who is in the room. If you have heard about the metaverse before, let's see a wiper there. That's why I like the fact that they divided us. They put the textbook in so we can understand ourselves. I can guarantee that we'll be having a very good conversation today. So let's just jump into it. If the slide is ready, if you don't mind, help me put it up. Thank you very much. Okay, great. So that's it there. I'll be speaking very briefly on investment. Do basically to find out where the money of the world is going. Simple practice. You find out where the big companies are investing their money. Is that right? Good. Sometimes you look at the big four. We're talking Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, and you see where they're investing. And that place will tell you exactly where the money is headed. And I'll just throw a few recent occurrences. Microsoft acquired Activision Blizzard for $70 billion. The one that you all know is that Facebook just changed its name to Meta. And it really was a hit because people didn't see that coming. They just got up and said, Facebook is now Meta. You know? And apart from that, in the metaverse, they have invested over $10 billion. By the way, Activision Blizzard, acquired by Microsoft, is, as a matter of fact, is the game that is a gaming company that designs Call of Duty that you play. And of course, they're going into that industry so that they can take over the metaverse space, so that they can build as many metaverse environment, metaverse avatars for interactions and all of these things. Google has a private equity fund worth millions of dollars in this space. Apple, as you already know, is already optimizing all of their devices to accommodate the metaverse and to accommodate avatars, virtual, extended reality, mixed reality, augmented reality, and all of these things. This is happening, and we're keeping an eye on it, and I'll tell you why we should do that. Those of you who know Unity, like again, I'm glad that we're all tech people here, so I'm not talking gibberish. Those of you who know Unity, they have also invested so far $1.6 billion in this industry. So it is a place to really look at. And I was reading a publication recently that said that was a Forbes publication. You know, and they said that as of now, there's no better place to put in your money than in the metaverse. We'll get there in a bit. Next slide. Okay, I'm behind myself. So the metaverse is a $5 trillion industry, right? The metaverse is a $5 trillion industry. And this report, of course, is not just from my head. It's a McKinsey & Co. report that stated that by 2030, this industry will have amassed $5 trillion, you know, in global markets. So, of course, it becomes a place to focus on. I'm talking games, I'm talking real estate, I'm talking virtual tourism, I'm talking automobile, I'm talking commerce, e-commerce. I'm talking about what Tom's is already doing. I'm talking about what Nike is already doing. I'm talking about the fact that you want to purchase a shoe and you want to see how it fits in your leg. You can just point your phone at it and it shows you what it looks like. That's where we are headed. So let's go back to the beginning. Next slide, let's go. So as you know, when we started with the .com era, the first web page that was published, next slide, go ahead, next slide. The first web page that was published was in 1991. And of course, at the time, it was Web 1. With Web 1, all we had to do was simple. You go to the web and you read only. Again, to read only means that you cannot write to it. You can only just look at it like a billboard. So you go to You go to the website, say my company website, and you just read my details, read about us, read our services, and that was all. And at that basic level, we began to first interact with the internet. Next slide. Then we went to Web 2, which was a read and write. It's called the participative social web. And in this case, we could read and write, because at this point we had a back end, we had a server side. And this enabled the social media industry to start to emerge. So we had Facebook, of course, we had MySpace earlier, we had Friendster, and of course social media giants like Facebook took over that industry. And of course it didn't end there, because e-commerce platforms like Amazon began to emerge. Initially, Amazon was just a small business that sold books, right? And as they saw this trend, as they saw the opportunity for people to engage in this internet boom, they began to leverage that to launch a full-fledged e-commerce platform, and it went on as such. Key players that emerged and took advantage of this industry were Apple, right? Amazon, like I said earlier on, Facebook, the giants, Microsoft, PayPal. Of course, you know Elon Musk founded PayPal, even though it's currently owned by Reid Hoffman, the owner of LinkedIn. Elon Musk founded PayPal because of the opportunity that he saw, there that allows people to make transactions, online, as we currently have. I believe in Nigeria we currently have the Florida Wave as well as Paystack, which is what most of us use. So next slide. Apple, as of 1980, that's pre the internet era, was worth $1.78 billion. Leveraging the internet now, I'm building this case, so follow me gently. Leveraging the internet era now, Apple is currently worth $3 trillion. I hope that we'll come to a fine conclusion together when we are done with this presentation. Next slide, please. Amazon, as of 1997, was worth $300 million. And currently in 2022, leveraging the internet boom from 1991, they are worth $1.15 trillion. Next slide. Facebook, as of 2012, was worth $100 billion, leveraging the internet as they grew. They're currently worth, as of 2021, are worth about $1 trillion. My friends, welcome to Web 3. Welcome to Web 3. In this web, we don't only read and write like in Web 2. We read, write, and own. And it becomes very, very interesting, because this is not about you reading some gibberish or some content that has been kept by somebody. It means that you can go into the internet now and begin to own things. So the words like non-fungible tokens become evident, become things that we talk about, become things that people are jumping into. As a matter of fact, when the NFT started, people began to acquire NFTs left, right, center. People snap their pictures. I hear that market is on a decline now, but not to say that you shouldn't put your eye there, because as a matter of fact, in the metaverse that I'm going to jump into very soon, anything you can own there are going to be NFTs. Are we together? Whether it is the tokens, the monies, whether it is the properties there, whether it is the rooms, the spaces, they're all going to be NFTs and they're going to be yours. So it is interesting that you pay attention. So of course, terms like decentralization, blockchain technologies, token-based economies of the web are things that we begin to rub our minds with, right? What's the fastest way in this current era to drive growth in the business? It is to decentralize it. And how do you decentralize? You tokenize, so that people can begin to own parts of this business, right? And they can grow it independently of the first. Let's go. So this opens a door of myriads of opportunity. Don't mind that next slide. It's a door that is supposed to open, but it appears that it's refusing. So let's get to it. Next slide. New investment and business opportunities. This is getting to the crux of the matter, so I'm just diving straight into it. We're looking at blockchain, we're looking at NFTs, we're looking at Web3, cloud computing, artificial intelligence. That's where we're at. So next slide. So to do this, I'll just ask a simple question. And of course, it is pertinent that we understand what we are talking about, right? And I'm going to take this a bit slow from now, so that I can get you in and not leave you behind. What is the metaverse, really? Next slide. The metaverse is the next generation of internet and seamlessly combined. The The metaverse is the next iteration of the internet that seamlessly combines our digital and physical lives. Well, that's just my note. Let me tell you what it is. If in Web 1 we only read, and in Web 2 we read and wrote, in Web 3, which is where the concept of the metaverse is found, you are not interacting with your computer system like this. You are interacting in your computer system. Does that make sense? You are interacting in your computer system, and of course, we begin to look at the concepts of building avatar. Some of you don't know that as you are seated right here in this hall, watching this, there's somebody seated beside you now that you're not aware of. Don't worry, you don't have to jump out of your seat. Yes, I'm just trying to make you understand that right now, right here, people all over the world are participating in this KADINVEST 7.0, you know, in the metaverse, because we are not only streaming this event on what's it now, Zoom or Google Meet or Microsoft Teams, we are also live on the metaverse. So some people are already here who are going behind the booth or doing it on their phones, who had created their avatars and have entered into the metaverse to participate in this. They are seated with you right here watching us, and they are participating. Some of them are in the UK, some of them are in Canada, but they are seated right here in this hall. These experiences and more are some of the things that the metaverse makes available to us. In the metaverse, it is extended reality and nothing is impossible. So at this point, I'll give a shout out to Kaduna State for being the first subnational government to make this happen. Come on now, that's it. So I'm excited that Graysoft Technologies are at the forefront of this move to help Kaduna State take this giant stride. And I bet you that it's not going to be one to forget in a hurry, right? So what is the misconception that we currently have? A lot of people think that the concept of the metaverse is around just little kids trying to play, because when you look at Avatar, it probably looks like cartoonish stuff. But read that out on the board. It says the metaverse is not only for a small group of users. In fact, the share of millennials excited about the metaverse is 40% higher than that of the Gen Z. And of course, you know that the Gen Z precedes or supersedes or succeeds now. Yeah, you know that the Gen Z succeed the millennials. So you'll have thought that that would have been the other way around, but no, it's not. Look at these statistics I have on the board. The metaverse will significantly impact our commercial and personal lives. Right there on the board, we have over $120 billion invested, right, and has flowed into the metaverse so far in 2022 alone. In this year alone, we have over $120 billion invested. 79% of consumers active on the metaverse have made purchase. This is data to really, really look at. 79% of users who are active on the metaverse have actually made purchase on the metaverse, right? More than 15% of corporate revenue is expected to come from the metaverse in the next 5 years, according to 25% of senior executives. So this is growing commerce. Like I said earlier on, Facebook has changed its name to Meta. That should give you a pointer. And if we go across and scan the horizon, next slide, you will see that the metaverse is already quickly rampaging around these sectors, banking and finance, where we talk about tokenization and all of these things. Agriculture, where we were even right there in the metaverse, lands are being allocated. And of course, what happens in the virtual space maps exactly, or we call it digital twin, maps exactly what is in the physical. Transportation. Of course, you can be here, like I just said earlier on, you can be here, I'm rounding up, you can be here and be attending a meeting elsewhere in the metaverse, not in a 2D representation, right? But be there immersively. Real estate, arts and culture, education. 2 use cases as I round up. Cadaverse. This is one project I'm very, very excited about. Most of you might know about Sandbox, right? Or know about Decentraland. We're looking at a sort of a space where Kaduna has its own metaverse. And in this metaverse, everything is possible. There's virtual games. There are no limitations, of course, whatsoever. There are virtual games. They are available for people. There's virtual tourism. There's virtual education, extended reality education available to everyone. There's virtual governance. There's virtual banking. And imagine that everything in that space, sorry, I'm still on the previous slide. Imagine that everything in that space, when it relates to building, right, is owned by a partner. Imagine that when you come to KADINVEST and you want to erect a structure, Dangote is the #1 partner, right? And then he owns a token called DCT, Dangote Cement Tokens. Now that's partnership right there. Remember, we're talking about partnership and business opportunities right there. You can look at banks and see who owns what kind of tokens that can be in the KADINVEST. You can come up with unique ideas that you want to take over, right, in that KADINVEST and begin to initiate partnership with the state government. This is going to open a new world for us all. What are our case studies in Graysoft? Next slide. Get Center. The Graysoft Emerging Technology Center is a center we are putting up really quickly, where everything there is Web 3. Nothing Web 2. We're talking blockchain. We're talking the metaverse. We're talking mixed reality, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, and all of these things are all that you find there. VR education is a new space that Graysoft is currently entering into. And we are taking education and learning to another whole new level. Automobile. As a matter of fact, we currently have a partnership with Pan Automobile, where we are developing virtual showrooms for them. Instead of owning or having their showroom based in one location, you can be anywhere in the world and virtually enter into their showroom and test drive their cars. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that something to begin to think about? Right? Virtual tourism, real estate, VR marketing. Billard is right there out for the grabs. Cosgrove is right there out for the grabs. I can go on and on. All right, great. So the Kaduna Technology City is going to be the home of our Get Center. So these conversations are already at their first stages. And of course, it's going to be a place to really visit. But I can give you a spoiler right now that before the Get Center is actually built, you will already have a virtual representation of all that is going to be like, so that even before it stays there, you know, physically, people can engage. People can go there and see all the services that are there and even interact and start to use them for their own stuff. So final slide, let's go. Go. Okay, great. So, all right, go back one step. I just talked about this briefly. Okay, great. So I was talking about virtual education. Look at what's happening right there. In there is an avatar, right? And what you have on the table is the virtual representation of the human anatomy. Imagine learning. Of course, one of the greatest problems we have in our science schools here is that we think that science is hard. But I tell people that no child was born dumb. Do you believe that? No child was born dumb. It is the way that they are taught. Some of you don't like chemistry because of the way it was taught. Some of you don't like maths because of the way it was taught. Imagine that you want to study the human heart. Next slide. And you can reach out into that anatomy and bring out the human heart. And it doesn't just end there. You can enlarge that heart to as big as you want. You can enter into that heart and take a look at the inside walls of the heart. You can see all the ventricles and the arteries. You can see the 4 chambers of the heart, see how the blood flows, see what happens. It's not something to forget. It's not a function of whether I have done it. No, you refer to that study and say, I have been there. I have been inside the human heart. It is nothing to forget. Before now, what used to be the thing with science students, especially as a chemistry when it comes to the periodic table, was recite the first 20 periodic elements, right? But in building these atomic molecules, when we started to engage our partners and build hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, and all of that, believe me, just in building that, I can almost recite 50 of them. Why? Because I was immersively in there. And it's not just looking at them. I can tell you how the molecules interact. In some schools, some reactions have been banned because they are explosive, chemical reactions. But now you can have them in here because nobody's going to die, however. Right? Everybody in the metaverse is superhuman. Next, our goal is to help students experience new and emerging technologies as they learn, so that when they are done schooling, they are prepared for the jobs of the future wherever in the world they are. Right? So last year, accounting firm PwC published a research on the advantages of using VR for learning The findings show that 40% of VR learners are more confident in applying what they've been taught, and 150% were more engaged. In addition, VR was found to be 400% faster than classroom-based learning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Let's go where? Let's go into the future. Let's go into a place where people can see no impossibilities whatsoever. Let's go into the world of an extended reality where everything is possible. Let's go into a place where we can take your business from where it is, from that little meager income that it generates, to an income that serves the entire world. Because guess what? In the metaverse, it's not a function of proximity anymore. We traverse proximity right there in the metaverse, and everything you can think, everything you can imagine is within reach. Everything you can so much as envisage in your mind becomes possible right there in the metaverse. I'm going to give you some time to digest that, because I don't expect you to get it all at once. Our booth is right there behind, so if you need more information, you can just go back there. It's not going to be hard to find, because it's about the coolest booth right there, so take your time. I want to say a big thank you for listening. Thank you for your time, and have a pleasant one.
Thank you, Ralph, for your presentation on the metaverse. I am personally excited, to see just how far we can go with regards to the metaverse, AR, VR, and the future. So like he rightly mentioned, if you have any more questions, concerns, comments, you can find their booth right behind this stage. I think at this point, it is only right that we take a break. Let's freshen up, let's pray, let's find something to eat. But we do have a few things lined up for after our break or networking session. I would also advise that you use this time to get to know each other, talk more to Rescue Me and BitByte Express. After the break, we have our panel session, which is going to be on fintech and the future of global finance in Kaduna State. And then we also have a couple of presentations lined up, and hopefully we keep the interaction going. We'll take a break. It's currently, what's the time? 1:45, so I think we should be back 1:45. Yeah, and also there's going to be some test runs of drones happening right now. So just behind this pavilion, I think Colab are trying to test their drones. If you're interested, please take a walk around, check the other pavilions as well. I hope our pavilion is better, but yeah, please come back at 1:45. I'll be expecting each and every one of you. Thank you for bearing with me this far, and see you in an hour, inshallah. Thank you. let's settle down. Can we please settle down? We're about to reconvene. Good afternoon. I'm not sure you can hear me. Change it. I'll just give us a few seconds to get comfortable. I'd like us to be a bit more quiet, please. One house, please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I hope we've all had some rest and we've refreshed ourselves. We're back with a very, very interesting panel to kickstart the second session. My name is Hannah Bello, and I would kindly call on our panelists today. This panel session would be revolving around fintech and the future of global finance in Kaduna State. So can I please call to the stage Abubakar Nur Khalil, who is the CEO of Recursive Capital. Please, a round of applause. Anywhere is fine. Aminu Bakori, the founder, CEO of Sudo. We have Bernard Para, founder, CEO Bitnob, And last but not the least, Sanusi Ismaila, founder, Collab. I'd also like to call on Sharon Itwa, who will be our moderator for this panel. Please give her a round of applause as she comes in.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So sorry about the heat. I'm also facing the same thing. How are we feeling? Are we excited? No, we're hot. I know, right? So sorry about that. Okay, I just want to say hi and welcome to my my panelists. I'm luckily blessed amongst you, or blessed I am amongst you all. Welcome to KADINVEST 7.0. Today we'll be talking about fintech and the global future of global finance in Kaduna State. Okay. I'm going to start with you, Abubakar. You are dubbed as Africa's Bitcoin innovation savior, yes, and a Bitcoin core contributor. You're laughing. I see that. That's funny. Okay, can you share what a Bitcoin? Can you share what that means, what that entails, and how can young people and how young people can key into that? What does a Bitcoin core contributor mean?
Who provides a basic service to the open source community, especially Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is really a piece of software at the end of the day. A lot of people think about the token immediately when we talk about Bitcoin, but it's actually a network that's called Bitcoin. And then it so happens that the token on that network is called Bitcoin as well, which is where the issue comes in terms of like terms. So a core contributor, really, all you do is go onto a platform like GitHub, check up on the Bitcoin source code. All you do is review this code from multiple thousands of contributors around the world. You check to ensure for certain things like security, how well is this change coming in. And then on top of that, if you also have a change, you provide this change. So we call them pull requests. So essentially what you do is you provide the solution that you're trying to integrate, and then people review it, and then it gets merged, which is basically gets incorporated into the software.
Can you hear him?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes. I need to project, please. Okay, thank you for that. Core contributor. So if, for example, I want to be a Bitcoin contributor, how do I start? How do I get into that?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think it's not as hard as a lot of people think. First of all, you don't have to be a genius, clearly, because I'm not. And second of all, there are a lot more resources we have right now. So we're at a time where we're fortunate to have programs like ALA, which is actually got started by Bernard, and I came along as well. And with that program, specifically what we're doing is all the existing engineers that we have in Nigeria and the whole African continent as a whole, this allows you to come in and learn certain skills to get to a stage where you're able to contribute to Bitcoin Core, other projects in the Bitcoin ecosystem. So it's actually a training program where we pay folks to actually learn about Bitcoin and get them jobs at the end of the day. Outside of that, we have resources depending on your level at this stage. So if it's getting started, I can share, I guess, a link to that, which is lop.net, which you can go and check out. But in general, the growth to that is depending on where you're trying to contribute. Are you a designer? Are you a developer? Are you a content writer, content creator, all that kind of stuff? We have a lot of opportunities. So getting started would be reaching out to those communities in the Bitcoin space and seeing where you can key in and provide value.
Okay, he did say they're paying people to learn. So when after the session, just bombard him. It's all yours. Okay, Aminu, you're the CEO of Sudo. Fintech is transforming the financial sector landscape and slowly blurring the boundaries of financial firms and the financial sector as a whole. How can this transformation foster beneficial innovation and competition while managing the risks in Kaduna State?
Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay, great. Thank you so much for that question. Whenever I'm asked that question, I usually take a step back to talk about what really is the convergence between the traditional world and the fintech world, right? Today, when you take a look at the fintech landscape and the financial landscape, you see that fintech companies are increasingly building new technologies that are overlapping the existing traditional banks that we have. There's almost no service today that a fintech is not providing that a typical Nigerian bank or an African bank is not providing. So that barrier has already been blurred. It's no longer there. So looking at the risks that are actually happening and some of the things that we are seeing in the financial world, one key difference between the traditional banking and the fintechs that we are having is in terms of the speed that they take in towards either onboarding customers or in terms of service delivery. So for example, it's way faster for a fintech company to onboard you, to get you to transact the first transaction. But then inherently that comes with a lot of baggage, because now customers are able to take out fraud as quickly as possible. Because a customer can come on an application, register by 12 midnight, carry out a fraudulent transaction within the next 30 minutes, and get off the system. You cannot get that customer back again. So increasingly what we are seeing with fintechs is, regulation is highly important in this aspect. We all play in a very regulated space. And for me personally, I think regulation is good. It's nice, right? Because it gives you a template towards how you can operate. But at the same time, the regulator needs to be in the picture of how these technologies are being built in the first place. They need to understand the speed at which these fintechs move, because they need to understand the reason why these fintechs need these customers to get onboarded as quickly as possible and get them to transact as quickly as possible. But at the same time, the regulator needs to open up this environment that allows it to be a safe place for all consumers to operate. The other side of things, aside from the consumer base, is actually the unregulated space, which is where the DeFi's play. Like my brother here talk about Bitcoin. This is an unregulated currency that is being run on the internet purely, right? But at the same time, we believe that having a more structured way of transacting on those technologies would be much better for the whole economy. I'll give you an example. Yesterday there is a token called Mongo token. I don't know, you've already seen it. Over $100 million was swiped out of that system yesterday, just yesterday. Just for context, $100 million is about 70 billion naira in Nigerian naira. And that guy went away with that money. Right now, they are at the hunt of that guy at the moment. And the funniest thing that happened was that yesterday night, because the guy couldn't move the money out of that system, he actually came back onto the system because it has this consensus protocol, created a consensus project, actually wrote that if everybody votes for him to return the money, he doesn't face any legal charges. it's when you say it is a bit absurd and it seems like a funny story, but this actually happened yesterday, just yesterday. So this is the reason why we believe that more and more regulation is needed, in as much as we believe that regulation can be, very, very hard on the startups, very, very hard on, the people who are building. But at the same time, regulation is highly important because such kind of cases cannot happen if we have proper regulation.
Thank you for that. So I want to throw to my audience that we'll be taking questions at intervals. We will not necessarily wait for the Q&A session. So if you have questions, please just pen them down, and then I would look towards the audience, raise your hand, and I'll call you as we're going on. Thank you. So Bernard, he mentioned regulation of the Bitcoin, and it leads me to my next question. Now, with the debasement of the Naira, and it is said that cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin could serve as a hedge against the falling Naira. Do you think that Bitcoin does it have a future in Kaduna State and in Nigeria as a whole as a payment network, or is it simply a speculative asset? Even with the regulation, what is the intrinsic value of cryptocurrency?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. So I'll start from the back. Intrinsic value. When we talk about intrinsic value, it's subjective. It's to the person, right? When I'm not thirsty and you give me water, at that point in time, that water has no intrinsic value to me. So if someone has no use for things like Bitcoin, then it has no intrinsic value to them at that point in time. But let's say I am in Kaduna right now, and I wanted to pay someone, maybe say in the US or somewhere for something. And we know what's happening with things like our cards today. And I can't make those payments. And maybe I have this place where I could go, get Bitcoin, and then pay across borders instantly. At that point in time, Bitcoin has intrinsic value to me because I'm using it as a payment network. I'm talking about the speculative side of it. Again, we go back to perspectives. For someone in the US who doesn't have payment problems, they just want to buy Bitcoin and just play around and wait for it to do. For someone in Nigeria, you want to buy it. Either you are receiving payments as a freelancer or as a business person to do that. I mean, for example, today, business people who import products, right, use things like Bitcoin, stable coins, and to pay their suppliers in places like Vietnam, China, and the likes, right? So that is why it's not speculative to us. So if you're in Kaduna State, you are essentially global with technologies like Bitcoin and stable coins from day one. Talking about inflation hedge, I think it's more about the time frame that we're looking at, right? So if someone has been keeping Bitcoin for say the past 4 years, and another person is just keeping it in the Naira, then the person in Bitcoin is still doing better today, right? If someone had been buying Bitcoin, say just $2 worth of Bitcoin every week from like say 2011, they would be having hundreds of millions of dollars today, just like that, right? So it's a case of what we call long-term preference, right? So if you have money that you just want to use for emergencies, then you shouldn't put it in Bitcoin, right? But the money that you could buy things like land as well, if you want to diversify, then it's okay to sort of look at it as an inflation hedge at that point in time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah. So I'm going to bring you back to Kaduna State, Sanusi. How, in your opinion, do we in Kaduna State here key into the existing financial and technological ecosystem to propagate increased adoption and awareness of fintech services?
Thank you very much. I think that there are sort of two sides to this. I think the first side is from the government side, right? Government has a lot of what I call pull power or convening power. And I think that government can use its interactions with citizens as a mechanism for adoption. I'll give you an example. If you think about the places where there are the most, say, touch points with government or with even transactions, say like transportation, for instance, or markets, If we had policy and the infrastructure to digitize some of the payments that happen there, automatically you'll be teaching people how to use digital forms of payments. So that's one side. The second side is from our side, from the pseudos and the bit knobs and people like us. I think that we also realistically need to start tackling some of the harder problems. Right now, I know we're sort of like in the infrastructure phase, so we're having to build the infrastructure that those tomorrow's solutions would work on. But I think that ultimately, we would also have to start thinking about like the real problems that some of these people face. Like the fintech or the solutions we're building today, do they work for the market woman? Do they work for the ginger farmer in Soba local government? Is there too much friction, for them? When we start to solve those problems, and when on the other side, like the government is sort of building the ramp up, or the ramp that allows people on board quickly, I think that we'll be maximizing the impact. And that, last thing to say on this is I think Kaduna State in particular and the metropolis is in prime position. I think that a lot of the infrastructure is in place. I think some of the policies being put in place, like the Kaduna Startup Law. And I think that, all that's left is a few use cases of what's really possible and a few big ideas being executed. I don't see, for instance, a reason why Kaduna State is not sort of like the city of London of Africa. Why aren't people bringing money to domicile here and then invest in other companies in Africa? Today, in the technology space, it's sad, but if you want major money, you have to incorporate in the US, right? We want a situation where instead of incorporating the US, the investor will tell you, come and incorporate in Kaduna and, would send your money there. And I think that's sort of like best case scenario.
Thank you for that. Do we have questions yet? Yes? Or if you, okay, hold on, yes. Thank you. Abubakar, I want to piggyback off what Sanusi said. Now, we can't discuss fintech without talking about cryptocurrencies or blockchain technology. So I wanted to say that cryptocurrencies have been defined as the future of finance. And according to research by CoinGecko released in August this year, Nigeria is the most crypto-curious nation. Now, how best can state governments like Kaduna tap into this crypto and blockchain tech trend to not just provide jobs for its indigents, for like the ginger farmer and the market woman that Sanusi said, but also gain revenue for itself?
I think that's very, very interesting. And just to write off of what Sanusi mentioned, I think at the end of the day, one thing that Kaduna State has shown the entirety of Nigeria is the role of the government has to be one to provide an enabling environment. That's simply the only way that we could have a mutual sort of, I guess, beneficial relationship between tech and the government. So in terms of how that ties into crypto or Bitcoin specifically, all we need really from the government is open arms. Right now it's fairly clear to say that we're dealing in unregulated waters, which is understandable given this is frontier tech, which is understandable in terms of like regulation, but at the same time it means moving forward, all we need really is clear regulation on the end so we don't step on each other's toes. And on the second hand is attracting people, like Sanusi said. All you really need is once you have this enabling environment, there's no way people are going to come here, they're going to flock to the best place to develop, which will be Kaduna State hopefully. And when they do so, jobs are created, more development will come out of this as a result of economic opportunities and activities. So I think that's really how we could bridge that gap.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Yes, you want to ask a question now? Okay.
First of all, please, I would like to apologize for this heat. I'm sweating like a Christmas goat. It's not even funny. So I've told them they're coming in to fix the gen and get these ACs working. So please, my sincere apologies as hosts. So first of all, my name is Khalil. I'm a public servant. I have a question for every single person on this panel. Coming from the government, there's a lot of talk shops going on. This is one of them, ironically. I want each and every single one of you to give us specific policy action plans that you feel the government needs to institute to either make your businesses grow or thrive, starting from Abubakar.
I think on my end, there are multiple fronts, so I'll just limit it down to two that I'm most interested in. On the educational front, I think policy around, or should I say frameworks really, around developing educational programs or priorities around building out some of these Bitcoin specific, because that's where I guess my interest lies, Bitcoin specific training programs. It could be ironing out certain ways in which existing universities could key into this. So it could be workshops, it could be even outlining educational, or should I say academic courses towards that, where individuals are able to learn either to be developers or maybe build out businesses on the entrepreneurial side. And on the investment side, as because of recursive capital, I think we simply need more regulatory clarity on what Bitcoin is to the government. I think it would be good if it's treated as, like, let's say maybe an asset class. That would be fairly straightforward for us. Whether it's a commodity, that would also be fairly straightforward. But the most important part is regulatory clarity. So it's really up to how they come up with that. And my hope is that we're able to come to the table to provide our insight. That way it'll be a lot more clear for both sides.
Aminu?
I mean, for me, I think there are two things, right? The first thing is an extension of what Abubakar has mentioned. It has to do with education. And I think financial literacy and financial education is a necessity, most especially in the northern part of the country, most especially in Kaduna, because there are still locations where financial literacy is still on the low side. You see a typical businessman has a very, very big shop, is transacting millions in transaction volume, but still doesn't trust the current financial system that we have. So if we have standard ways of creating frameworks that enable these people to have more and more education around financial literacy, that will be great. The extension to that as well is in respect to financial extension. So how can we leverage on existing services that the government is providing to its citizens to layer financial services on top of them? So for example, it's one thing for us to say all government payments are digitalized. But at the same time, we should be asking ourselves a question that, are these people really empowered to make this payment by themselves? If no, then we have a lot of work to do, right? So that's the second part of it. The third thing is really centered around frameworks that enable more and more financial players to come into the market. I believe that the government can create, ways to enable, faster relationships with either the regulator at the federal level, which is CBN, or even, have an extension of maybe, the sandbox that we have with CBN, or some other thing that can create this enabling environment that allows fintech startups to operate here in Kaduna. If that is possible, then we will see more and more rise in the number of fintechs that are being started in Kaduna.
Thank you for that. Bernard?
Yeah, so the point I was going to make, he has started it. So I'll complete it. So talking about sandboxes, right? The way I see it is you need to be able to position Kaduna State as some sort of blockchain mecca. So today we go to register our companies in places like Dubai, right? Malta, Bahamas, Bermuda, all of these places. And we spend thousands of dollars in just incorporation fees, and we pay taxes as well, right? Now, can the state be able to set up its own sandboxes and sort of act as a big brother where they interface with the federal government to say that, look, when these startups come, they're going to use Kaduna State as a test bed, right? We are vouching for them that they are going to follow everything that we've laid out, right? And then when they're done and it looks good, we interface with Kaduna State interface with the federal government to see how they can then launch that out. What it does is it puts Kaduna State at an advantage because they get to see that innovation firsthand. Secondly, the state government itself can then find ways to invest in these startups themselves, right? And much more importantly is, for something like the B-Trust, right? There were more than 8,000 applications, right? And Abubakar is somewhere here in Kaduna. He has never ever met Jack in his life. He has never ever met Jay-Z in his life, right? And they're picking him to say, look, dude, we think you have what it takes to manage this for us across Africa and across India. That is a big deal, and that is also a validation that the talent exists here. It's all about finding them. Now, is the government willing to put money and say, look, we are going to support you to build these solutions and then take it out to the world?
Okay, before I move to you, Sanusi, what's the sandbox?
Oh, so in basic terms, a sandbox is just like so just think of it. I don't know if a silo is another big word, but it's like a contained environment. So maybe this tent is like a sandbox where maybe we can practice something. People outside are not seeing it. Like we're in a sandbox right now. We're talking to ourselves. You know,
Like a block.
yeah.
I get it now. Yes, Sanusi, please.
Okay, so I mean, I would take from what he said, and I'm really happy that we're sort of feeding off each other. So I think one of the key things that the government can do, particularly for fintech, right, is, and it's stuff that the government is already doing in something like mining in Kaduna State, is to approach the CBN and all the other authorities and get some licenses that it can hold as a state government, and then have people experiment under that with the caveat that you have to be based in Kaduna or set up, you need to make a certain amount of commitment to Kaduna for that to happen. That does two things really quickly. One, it gives you all the licenses that you need and a regulatory cover, which is good, but it also gives you the backing of a subnational government, which is a huge deal. And because finance, the whole of finance is about trust. And nothing says trust more than a state government or a subnational government backing you, right? So that's the one thing. But the second thing that I think is super important, and I think that the state government should do, is actually around access. I think that if you gave people access to the internet, the returns today, just free access, don't tell them any other thing, just give them access to the internet. I think the returns on that over 5-10 years would be more than the returns you get from the education system today, particularly in Africa. So I think that, again, using the model of the state government doing stuff, the state government can go and get like a metro license. A metro license is like 1 million naira for 20 years, right? It's not out of reach. And then have other people come under them. And I'm actually, even if the government isn't doing it, I think more people should, because it's something that I'm actively thinking about. Get a metro license, get like an STM1 fiber, connect it, let a whole neighborhood have access to the internet, and then you'd begin to see the things that would happen in the next few years. We talk about Nigeria and we talk about like all the amazing things that have happened in technology, but you can trace every single one of those things to the liberation of the telecom sector, right? Every single one of them you can trace. So these things have can have outsized impact. So to summarize, access to good, fast internet for cheap and a sandbox, and I think that you would be surprised with the sort of progress we'd make in the next few years.
Thank you for that. I was going to say and then ask that the future of finance is AI, that's artificial intelligence and machine learning. And then I wanted to ask how Kaduna can position itself to be prepared for this future. But with this point you've mentioned, I think you've answered my questions. Financial literacy, access, sandboxes, and all the likes. Okay, I see more hands. I'm going to take one here and one there.
Hello, my name is Suleiman. The question I have is two, actually, pointed to Sanusi. The first one is, why do you guys go to other countries to cooperate companies? And also, I talk to a lot of startup companies, and a lot of time you only see them looking for lawyers when there is problem or when they want to start companies. So what are the problems you get? What are the issues you encounter running startup, legal issues, and how do you think lawyers can solve these issues?
Okay, those are two good questions. The very first reason why people incorporate, right, is in other jurisdictions, is mostly because those are the jurisdictions that the investors are comfortable with, and there are reasons for that. So they look at things like rule of law, what regulations they have, what sort of laws are in place to check bad actors, and how they can recover or at least seek justice if something happens, right? So that's the basic reason. And then also it's easier for them to move their money to places like that. To your second question about why maybe startups don't engage lawyers as early as they should and what issues they face. I mean, I think the very first thing is, to be honest, startups don't have money. At least they don't have money outside like the core deliverables they're trying to reach. So it's always a gamble. Like I can give a lawyer. I mean, I spoke to a lawyer on a project like recently, and the person's retainer was 5 million naira a year, and I talked about how many people we could at Colab train to world class with 5 million naira, and it just didn't seem like a good investment, right? So the first thing is, one, they just don't have the money. But secondly, like, one of the things that you should also like just put at the back of your mind is that on the average, these startups are exploring things that are not even like a lawyer doesn't have knowledge about, because there are no regulations around them yet. So at best, the lawyer might help you maybe jump a few loopholes, but a lot of times, like, the regulation is written after the fact, right? So when you just think about it purely from an economic perspective, a lot of times it's when you're in trouble that you actually need to spend that money on. Unfortunately, that's what happens.
Okay, Mohammed, I hope your question was answered. Yes, the lady over there, please. I'll come to you. The lady over there, then I'll come to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Bushra Balogun. First, my question is as a digital worker. So at times you wake up in the morning and you hear people talking about the deep, and I'm like, what is deeping actually? Do you know? So it goes to show that there's a lot of risks involved in cryptocurrency, and I think that's one of the major challenges why a lot of people are not really interested, because there seems to be a lot of uncertainty and obscurity around it, so people don't understand. So I want you to please just shine more light on that and let us know how much risk is really involved. How can we manage this risk to sort of encourage people to get involved? Because I really want to get involved, but I don't understand what the deep is really. Yeah, and secondly, to Bernard, I understand that we have a lot of startups coming up, and of course they are doing well. But I seem to see a challenge. Why is it that we're always quick to allow, of course, maybe external, investors acquire resources, like Paystack, for example? Why can't we retain it here and build it to the point that, because I realize when they buy it off, the idea is to grow it big as well. Why can't we be patient as startups to retain those companies here to the point where they grow to what is a world-class standard that we can be proud of? And lastly, to all of you, Khalil said something earlier about how, okay, you all giving a recommendation. And I understand in policies, it's the implementation that is a problem. And it's because they're usually not evidence-based. That is why you have a fault with implementation. Are you all willing, and it's a challenge to you, to partner with them, even if they are ready to take up this challenge, to partner with them, to work with them and ensure that this is done? Because, of course, you are private sector guys. But a lot of you just give this recommendation and you go off. But we need you to work with them to achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bushra. Abubakar, we'll start with you.
Great set of questions, and I think after this, I'll send you some resources when it comes to that for clarity. But I think in general, the major issue we have, again, is there's a huge lack of disclaimers on the space. Again, because it's new, there's a lot of noise, so to speak. And to your point about misinformation, like, we have a term in the space called FUD, F-U-D, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Basically, a lot of people tend to, I guess, get lied to and misunderstand the space because they're just seeing it from the get-rich-quick scheme, I guess, point of view. And unfortunately, that is embraced and endorsed by a lot of projects in the space, which tend to be the first point of reference for a lot of people. Because if you type in cryptocurrency, you're going to see a lot of, pardon my language, shitcoins, which is unfortunate. But I think the best case scenario for us is, again, for those of us in the space, we understand all the issues that are there in terms of like clarity and what is real, what is fake, and what's good and what's best for long-term use. So I think immediately the first thing I say with regards to that is Bitcoin is the only long-term solution we have. We've identified that, hence why a lot of us here, that is our domain of expertise and like where we focus a lot on. I think in terms of moving forward, trying to help other people, we just have to increase the amount of outreach and education we do. That starts with, again, to your point, engagement on the government side, local engagement, so all these sort of events, and even at a lower level, we're talking about churches, sermons, Friday sermons. I mean, it's part of financial management. So I think a lot of people need to come to the table, and we're definitely ready to help. At least I am ready to help. So I think we can definitely fix that issue and see how we could help people.
Okay, Bernard.
Abubakar is not a trader. You put him on the spot to be a trader. So just to add to what he said before I go on to answer my own questions is it was a problem that we discovered that people treated cryptocurrencies like get rich quick schemes, right? But I'll tell you for a fact that they are not get rich quick schemes. Like for every one person that you see who told you that I put this coin and in 1 month I made 1000%, there are 99 other people who lost, right? And this is evidence based. I've been doing this for close to 10 years, so it's what I've seen has happened. What I know and I do and he does is we buy Bitcoin periodically. Like it's just like, okay, I want to buy maybe $10 worth of Bitcoin every month, and it's just like a side savings. It's not, I'm not in a rush. I'm thinking of it more in the long term. And just to shield my business, that's what we do, right? So with BitNob, that's what we do. You can choose to do daily savings, monthly savings, or weekly savings in Bitcoin. No gambling and Bitcoin only. And now to answer the question when it comes to likes of Paystack, right? It's something that we discuss as well. But at the end of the day, it's like we have to be really honest with ourselves. Like, we don't have money. See, if you give me $200 million, I'm not going to be poor again in my life. You see, because tomorrow is not assured. 1 billion is not assured. But with $200 million, you can deploy it in many ways that in another 5 years, you can look at $1 billion. From that billion, you can dream. So yes, we're dreaming really big, but we have to be realistic and start from where we are. If all of us here start a startup today, and in 1 or 2 years, we sell it for even $100,000, it's a good deal, because how long are you going to work to be able to save $100,000 cash? Right, so we're not yet there. Honestly, we're still a young country when it comes to the internet. We're going to get there. On the third question about private sector making suggestions and then taking a step back, right? So it's two ways. So you get situations where private sector feels frustrated by the government guys, right? So there's always this fight. No, I'm being realistic, right? Some of us are patient enough to take it, but some people are not patient enough to take it because they'll be like, look, you're in government, it's your job. I've told you to do it. Go do your own. I have my own business to run. But on the other side as well, it's a case where government makes a lot of these decisions, right? So private sector, when the government makes these decisions and private sector is not involved, it hurts the private sector more. So I'll give you a practical example. Today they're saying, oh, look, for businesses, if you want to do Facebook ads, they want to be able to charge you like 25,000 naira. In which Nigeria? So it's like, if private sector is like very close, and sorry to say, but maybe it's what I've noticed, like less condescending to government or civil service folks, then maybe we can get somewhere, right? On a personal level, if Khalil gives me a room, I like Kaduna already, if he gives me a room to come here and work with them to set these things up, I'm happy to pack my bag and come around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I wanted to go back to her question. She did say that it's one thing to say policies, and nothing to say how to implement these policies. And then she also mentioned if you all will be willing to start. So I wanted to talk to Collab's CEO. Are there plans to go to the grassroots level to incorporate this financial literacy talk that we speak of? Are there plans even for Sudo and for BitNob? Are there plans already? If no, can we start now?
Great question. So, I mean, the short answer is yes. There are plans. If we actually have an active project called Digital Kaduna, you can check it out. It's digitalkaduna.com. You would see the some of the what we call experiments that we're actively running now, trying to get financial inclusion up. And to the question of working with the government, I mean, it's stuff that we've done. So it's not even whether we will. There's the Kaduna Startup Bill that we helped work on. There's talk of a digital access policy. We're always open. We connect very well, and we do stuff like that. So yes, Collab actively does this. And I mean, if you think about like all the startups that come from Collab, like we think about like the hard problems. We think about like, the things that need to be solved here, not the things that need to be solved in Lagos, but the things that need to be solved here. And that's sort of our approach to, every problem generally. So short answer, yes.
Thank you. Aminu, I'll come to you, sir. Aminu, what are the major trends in the cross-border payments industry today? What promise do they hold for the future of Nigeria's finance sector?
Wow, I think you are taking a very large turn to this discussion. When we talk about cross-border, payments, it's usually a very, very long topic to talk about. And I can't talk about cross-border payment without talking about my brothers here who are building, cryptocurrency startups. Because increasingly today, we are seeing more and more usage of cryptocurrency to power cross-border transactions, globally. It's a huge problem, right? From an individual level, cross-border payments is still one of the largest ways in which money comes into Nigeria. I mean, if not the biggest, it's like second to the biggest way in which money comes into the country because of something called the black tax, right? So it's increasingly hard for people to send payments down into the country or into other countries. But we are already seeing, the likes of Bitnob enabling that across different currencies, across different regions, where you can be able to use cryptocurrency to transact between yourselves. And it's, in most cases, not instant, but it can be instant in some cases. On the other hand, there are SMEs who want to also make transactions because other than at individual level, I also, as a business, want to transact with other currencies. So what we are seeing there is, increasingly there are different fintech startups that are being started on a daily basis. These fintech startups are building on top of, the existing infrastructures that exist because, as a fintech startup, you really can't create something new. You have to leverage on what is in existence. So, but interestingly, what they have been able to do is to build this really beautiful applications that allow these people to have multiple currency wallets there where they can save money or they can collect money from those countries. So if I have a business and I'm operating in Ghana, I can collect payments, fund my wallet, and whenever I'm making payments in Ghana, I use that same money to make that payment as well. It's quicker, it's easier, and it's almost instant. It's cheaper because it's literally a local transaction being done in those countries. The third thing we are seeing in cross-border is, there's this thing called the NIBS in Nigeria. That's the Nigerian Interbank Settlement Scheme. It's a beautiful scheme that was started by the federal government together with all the banking institutions that exist today. And we all here are enjoying that service. Nigeria is one of the frontier current countries when we talk about financial technology. And that's the reason why, the incentive fintechs have to pay whenever they create applications is really, really high. And that's the huge difference you have when you talk about fintech in Nigeria and fintech maybe in Kenya or in Ghana, because the financial ecosystem in Nigeria is way, way, way more advanced. Nigeria is, interestingly, the first country in the whole world that enabled instant transactions between different banking institutions. So if you transfer money from one bank to the other and the person gets it instantly, Nigeria is the first country to actually implement that. It's funny when we say it and people think, it's Nigeria is bad and all, right? But we have it. So the same scheme that was implemented in Nigeria is being implemented across the African continent. It's called the Pan-African Settlement Scheme. And right now they are currently actively integrating and working with all local regulators across these countries. I know CBN is actively part of it. NIBS is the frontier, technology provider for that service. So they want to replicate the same thing that happened in Nigeria across the African continent. What that will do is when you go on your fintech application or you go on your, traditional bank app, you can actually transfer money from Nigeria instantly to Ghana or Kenya or South Africa or any other country within the African continent instantly, just the same way we do in Nigeria. That's beautiful.
Thank you. Let's take a few more questions. I see someone pressed here.
Okay.
Where's the lady? Please, can we have the mic? Okay.
Yep. My name is Mohamed Bello Buhari.
Hi.
My questions goes to you. Sorry, I don't know your name. Yes, Sanusi. You keep on talking about access to internet and digital literacy trainings and awareness. But there are concerns about data and privacy. Now, for someone like me now that I'm not into tech, I think about data. Because I mean, you guys rely on big data for whatever works that you do. And there are so many sensitive data, that you guys use. So what's like, this is my concern. I need you to, talk about this. Then secondly, when my friend here spoke about lawyers and everything, you said that there's knowledge deficit in terms of legal frameworks for technology. But now my issue, I'm part of our Net Coalition, and we advocated for digital rights and freedom bill. And, we did that. But the issue is that digital technologies, like let me say enterprises like you guys here, you don't join us in this advocacy. And then at the end of the day, you come back and say that, no, lawyers are charging money and, all these. Remember internet shutdown during for the Twitter issues and like that, and it affected many of you guys. But when it comes to the advocacy for the digital rights and freedom bill, and like, let's say code of practice by the NIDA that was just released recently, stuff like that, you guys don't speak up. So what's the issue?
Okay, thank you. Sanusi?
Really interesting question. I mean, so I'll start with the first one around data protection and stuff. To the best of my knowledge, Nigeria actually has a very, very decent Digital Protection Act that used to reside in NIDA, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, a new agency was just created to warehouse that a few weeks ago. I think MPC or something like that. So on that front, I think that on the policy front, there's a lot that's being done. But I think the bigger thing is that when you think about like data protection and stuff, you think about people like us, but we don't have your data, right? I really don't have as much of your data as the people you should be afraid of, right? I don't have as much data about you as your bank. I mean, in Nigeria today, there are places where, at least, I don't know about the current voters register, but you could buy the whole voters register. You are not getting that from a startup, right? So the places where these leakages happen are typically not us that gets blamed for it. Startups are very, very consumer centric because, I mean, their whole model is built around customers, right? So we, as much as possible, take on the average, startups lead in terms of data protection, on the average, in terms of like the amount of encryption, that happens. I mean, the level of encryption that some fintech startups have, unfortunately, even the central bank doesn't have it. And I'm saying that publicly. They can challenge me, right? So that's that. Like, we talk about data protection, but I mean, I think right now, and this again is a bit controversial, but I think that, when you're hungry, your first priority should be getting food before wondering whether the food tastes good or whether it's nutritious or stuff. Eat first. We're at the point where we need to eat first, right? On the second thing around advocacy and joining and all these things, and I get the concern, but I mean, the thing that needs to be understood is that in many cases, a startup of 3, 5 people, 10 people is doing the work and the impact of companies that have thousands of people, right? That means that, time is just not there, right? There are a lot of things you need to chase. There are a lot of deadlines you have to meet up. God bless you, you've raised money. You have investor reports that you need to, you have KPIs you're trying to meet to unlock your next round. There's so much pressure and so much stuff that you have to do with your time that, it's hard. But the other thing is this, and I think that, where work needs to be done is actually to find a middle ground between the way startups work and the way other advocacy groups work, because they're very divergent. Like, they're not aligned, and then, the times wouldn't align. But to tell you, that the ecosystem at large actively does engage. We might not be engaging, with civil society and stuff, but engagement happens, and engagement happens on a very high level. And this, from everything from the internet shutdown, to, the crypto ban and all of this, I know that they've been people who have come together and gone to engage on the highest levels. The Nigeria Startup Bill, which is unprecedented, is an act of the ecosystem coming together to write laws which now the National Assembly has passed. Right, so we do come together. In fact, today, the startup ecosystem is actively funding 2 think tanks. One of them is API. I can't remember the name of the second one. That is as much engagement as, should be happening in such a nascent industry as ours. So I think that, engagement doesn't have to look the same, but I can assure you that engagement is happening on the highest levels.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to the next set of questions, I just want to ask my panel this last question. Now, on the issue of global finance, especially in Kaduna State, what are your thoughts about e-wallets? What do you think the adoption of the e-wallet? Why do you think the adoption of the e-wallet has gone the way it has? And how can Nigeria reposition itself to be ahead of the curve and not chase the trend? Abubakar.
I think it's fairly straightforward why something like eNaira didn't catch along with a lot of Nigerians, because the sad truth is the state of the Naira has disenfranchised quite a lot of people from the point of view of, I guess, a technical reason, which is that the currency is simply failing. That's just the truth. So the problem was a lot of people, including myself, frankly, just saw this as like a rebrand. It simply changed nothing about how the Naira operated. Maybe mechanistically, it did change in terms of e-wallets, but at the end of the day, it was still the same Naira. So a lot of people saw this as, okay, this is just yet another thing that the government is trying to do to get on the hype train. But coincidentally, or should I say tangentially, a lot of people now realize, okay, there are things like Bitcoin, for example, which clearly work for everyone. That's why it's still around today. If it wasn't decentralized, global, and censorship resistant, to his point, there's definitely no way for it to be able to provide this sort of scale in terms of benefit. And if you talk about even the Twitter ban, you saw a lot of people leveraging Bitcoin, because at the end of the day, what you have to understand is we're all trying to build in a way that is inclusive and is able to benefit a wide array of individuals and serve a lot of solutions, or should I say, provide a lot of solutions to a lot of people. In terms of like actioning, I'll just finish with this one. For us, companies like, Bitcoin, VCs like myself, Recursive Capital, at the end of the day, everyone has a role to play, which is, I think, Sanusi's central point. If you're an advocacy group, the problem is if you're talking about reaching out, it's because of ignorance, really. That's kind of like the enemy of collaboration at the end of the day. So the onus falls on you. If you identify such a huge issue, you definitely do the outreach you can. And venues like this is the opportunity we have to actually engage with you. So on the VC side, you have us saying, okay, we can't rely on banks, for example, to be funding startups because of the collateral requirement. They simply don't have money, they're broke. So enter a Bitcoin VC, for example, we say, Bitcoin provides this long-term solution. Where are the companies that are building these long-term solutions for Africa? We provide this, I guess, seed funding for you. And on the other side, the companies are there building. They do their part. They build, provide data integrity, all of that. And that's through this new paradigm of Bitcoin, which is really at the crux of it is to empower the individual as much as possible to protect their rights, because rights are given. All you have to do is just protect it. So I think, just to cut it in short, I think that's really how you have to think about it.
Thank you. Aminu, can you share your thoughts, please?
I think for me, I will start from the point that we need to stop thinking about e-wallets the same way we're thinking about e-wallets in other African countries, because we're trying to implement the same thing that happened maybe in Kenya or some other countries here in Nigeria. It simply can't work. Just the same way, I explained earlier that the financial ecosystem or the infrastructures that we have in Nigeria are way, way, way more advanced than those countries. That's why the usability of an eNaira wallet is very, very low. What will I use it? What will he use it for? When he has his traditional bank account, he has all of these fintech applications that allows him to transact. Why? That is the great question that you need to ask. Why do we need it? Then the second thing is in terms of, the use of that wallet itself. Unless there is a real use case around why we need it, I don't see any reason why we need it in the first place.
Thank you, Bernard.
On this issue, I know too much and I have to choose my words carefully.
before my friends over there we give me a call. Right. So, but I mean they've covered the points. The reason why we're Nigerians and we're known as Nigerians is we look for solutions to our problems. You don't need to tell us that this is the solution. We will find it ourselves. So if we don't tell you that we have this problem and you try to tell us that this is the solution, as far as we're concerned, you are just paying yourselves to do work that we didn't send you to do. Thank you.
Okay. Interesting answer. So Senesi, what should up and wait before I ask this question? If you're a fintech startup, if you're a startup of any kind in the hall, please raise your hands up. Fintech, how about fintech startup? One or two. Okay. Now this one or two guys, what should up and fintech companies in Kaduna State be paying attention to, in your opinion?
That's a really interesting question. I mean, I think the very first thing they should be paying attention to, because when I engage with fintech people, particularly those that are outside Lagos, there's not a lot of knowledge around, the regulatory framework that governs what they're trying to do. There's not a lot of touch points with people like NIBS, who can be very helpful. Fortunately, and I think I can actually say this, NIBS is actually looking, to hire a lot of people from Northern Nigeria right now. So I would say, get closer to regulators, try and connect to people like Aminu, people like Bernard that have done it the hard way, so they can show you the easier path. I think that actually one of the key things for fintechs in Nigeria to be, and in Northern Nigeria, most especially because they have less access, is to really understand and have a touch base with your regulators and the regulatory framework. I think it's super important. I know we have sort of a negative thoughts around regulation, but think about it from the consumer protection side. If anything happens and the ball drops, who picks up the pieces? So I think the most important thing is that. And I think that the second most important thing is that, build locally, but build also for the international market. Increasingly, the world is collapsing into each other in the sense that today, you're not even not on a business level, your best friend might be someone that you've never met that lives 12 hours away from you. So if that can happen, it means that the markets are also increasingly accessible, but you have to think in terms of the global market and not the local market. I think those are the two really important things. And then the last thing, which I think answers the question they were all answering, is I don't think that, we should think in terms, when we talk about wallets or financial systems and stuff like that, I think what is really, really, really important is interoperability, right? If somebody in, I don't know, some village wants to use cowries, let them use cowries, it's fine. Provided that when they transact in cowries, we have a mechanism to change that to dollars or to change it to pounds or yen or naira or Bitcoin, it's fine.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to take questions, but before then, I will slip these questions. I'm going to read it out loud. I know that a lot of us here are interested in the particular topic of fintech, right? But people don't really know how to go about it. They don't really know much about it. Now, they want to know how they can benefit and learn more. Off the top of my head, I want to ask, should this fintech conversation be introduced into our school's curriculum? Should we have, let's say, a mobile fintech school platform or something? I know that it's Kaduna Tech City. Do you guys offer fintech courses? What can be done? Bitnob and Sudo. Let's hear your thoughts, because now you be our people for here. So let's hear your thoughts. Yeah, how can people benefit from, how do they get to know more? What platforms are available for fintech learning for a layman, for example?
Honestly, it's like the wild, wild west right now. I think the best resource is, as I said earlier, finding people who have learned it the hard way and asking them the questions. Even with that, you're still going to make mistakes. Our friends over there are going to visit you every once in a while, right? But yeah, honestly, there isn't anything that I can point to. One thing I can recommend is, apart from finding people who are in the space, it doesn't even have to be a founder, really. You could have a friend who is a lawyer, a product manager, a developer who works in a fintech. It's totally okay to ask them questions. The other thing as well is to plug into publications that talk about tech a lot. So by following those, by being, I mean, Twitter is like the best tool for that in Nigeria, right? You could follow certain accounts that talk about fintech day in, day out. For teaching it in schools, I think okay, he said it earlier that you would see a startup of like 3, 5 people who are doing work of 1,000 people, and they don't have time for that. So I don't think we're even at the point, because two things: you don't have a lot of expertise, people who are going to sit down and actually teach it, and number two, the regulation is usually not static; it's fluid. So what you've taught today, it's not true 2 days. In the next 2 days, yeah.
I mean, you agree, or you want to add something quickly before we round up? We're taking one last question, please, and then we'll round up.
For me, I usually call it the school fees that we have to pay, because all of us here on this table, we didn't go to any fintech school. We all learned it the hard way, and we paid that school fees. Trust me, Bernard has lost millions. I have lost millions. And, the speed at which you lose this kind of money is very, very, fast. Because like I told you, it will be 12 in the midnight. Somebody will come on your system and will carry out a transaction. Within a few seconds, millions have passed. And you are never recovering that money. Trust me, you won't recover it. It's lost, it's gone. Okay. So it's really the school fees. And I think the best way for new people to, learn this is by getting accompanied with, people like us. Unfortunately, you come, work with us, see what we do, see how we do it. And, you learn on a daily basis. We all are still learning. The goalpost is always shifting. Regulation is shifting. And likewise, the scammers, are also shifting the business.
Maybe just a quick suggestion. Maybe you guys can put out an ebook, FinTech 101 from your own standpoint. Just an idea to consider.
Trust me, it will be expired the very day you launch it.
Okay, last question, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Abdul Halim Ishaq Ringim. So
I can barely hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now? Okay, my name is Abdul Halim Ishaq Ringim. You guys have basically demolished e-Naira here. If I hadn't known better, I would have said you guys have taken a short position on the Naira and you're trying to do some currency play here. But
don't tell CBN.
Yeah. But let's do a bit of a revenge for e-Naira. So my question goes to Abakar and Bernard. So when we talk about Bitcoin, like you said, our attention basically goes to the token. We care less about the transactions and everything. But then I want to ask, why Bitcoin? Why not Ethereum, where you have a system and a software where it's more hands-on? I know it's like a you versus them something, so I'm trying to revenge for e-Naira. So why Bitcoin and not Ethereum as a software?
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm going to make this very, very quick because the main reasons are technical. So I know I'll lose a lot of people, but just to keep it in short, Ethereum can't scale. It won't scale technically. And it moved to a system which makes it even more difficult to scale. No, it's just the truth, because we're operating in a paradigm where we're saying we're trying to give the power back to the people, not the rich, not some small mafia. And Ethereum moved to proof of stake, which, to simplify, the rich basically control what happens on that network, whether it's talking about rolling back history or doing some sort of, I guess, aggregation of what's really considered fact or not. And on the e-Naira side, again, you have to understand when it comes to global finance, it's not so much about we're trying to clamp down on all the efforts that people are doing in different governments. It's to really try and see whether that is reasonable, logical, and scalable. Now, when it comes to the e-Naira, the current iteration, like he said, the utility isn't too high. But when it comes to Bitcoin and why Bitcoin at the end of the day, again, this is a decades old project, global project, which time and time again, number one, shows its resilience. It shows its anti-fragility, basically meaning it gains from each destabilizing event it occurs, whether it's bad press, price swings, and it's still here. The irony is, I'll just give you one example to highlight this. Whenever there's a global crisis, when it comes to individuals having their rights usurped by either government or something else, the number one financial tool they always move to is Bitcoin. You have to ask yourself, why? That is my reason.
Bernard, he put the question at you, and then send it to last, and then we'll
My boss has finished to talk. I think the other thing that that we constantly talk about is so why the focus on Bitcoin and not things like Ethereum is, with things like money, right? If money is very important. Money is not a toy. That is why you are seeing in era the way it is, right? Because money is not like a plaything. If you want to play, I think Ethereum, I see it as a play too, right? You can go and play on Ethereum because if we go down memory lane, Ethereum is on the third chain since it was created in 2015. The original chain is now called Ethereum Classic because someone lost money and their friends decided that no, these our guys cannot lose their money, and they reversed it. But every Bitcoin that is lost forever right now. Nobody can reserve it and can reverse it. So it's like if money is very important for us, the same way the internet is important. The internet runs on a single protocol, on a single core protocol called the HTTP protocol today, right? So it's the same thing for us. The focus and the importance is money. We're not really thinking about, the play things and stuff. No shit to them, but like money is important.
Okay, in closing, Sinusi.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to talk really quickly. I mean, I don't think anyone is shitting on the in-era. Yeah. We are just talking about the utility of it that isn't defined now, right? We have a team at Colab that's working on in-era as, to use it as a means for financial inclusion. And I think that's fantastic utility, right? CBN hasn't defined its utility, which is where the issue is. You can do everything with your regular Naira. So what does in-era do? That's sort of like, the thing. So it's not like we're shitting on it. It's not just, there's no utility right now, but when the utility goes up, we'll probably engage.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my audience. I noticed that while some of us were very excited about the conversation of Ethereum and Bitcoin, a couple of us were like, what's even going on? What does that even mean? It behoves on us to learn more about these things. At some point, we need a way out, with the debasement of the Naira. But thank you all for being an amazing audience for me. And please give a round of applause to my panelists. Thank you so much, everyone. MC?
I can see we're still very excited, right? This was a very, very refreshing conversation. So I just want to take the time out to really appreciate each and every one of our panelists. Thank you for being here and giving us such an insightful vision to fintech and what it looks like for Kaduna State. I think I should confess that I'm not really literate on, blockchain, cryptocurrency, and so on. But this has inspired me personally. I would really love to get on that wavelength. So thank you very much to each and every one of you. I don't know why you're all trooping out. I don't know why everyone is trooping out, but okay. We'll move on as time is against us. We have on our agenda a presentation by Colab, but I think we'll watch a short video before that. So let's just settle a bit more and Colab can come on the stage for their presentation, please. Please, a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Starting or I started at Colab. I still work at Colab or from Colab, like we always say. Collab is a community and a melting pot for creatives, businesses, startups, people who want to build, innovate, and collaborate. In the past 5 years, I've had the opportunity to grow and also grow others in terms of teaching design. We've been able to train myself and my team of designers and also lecturers in design have been able to teach about 400 people across Kaduna product design and other areas of design.
Hello, I'm Faith Roberts, and I'm a front-end software developer. I came in contact with Collab this year, February 2022. So Collab is an innovation hub, incubates talents, and brings out the best in you in your field of technology, whatever path you choose.
Hello everyone, I'm Sharon Damisa, and I am a medical student from Ahmadu University in Zaria. I came to Collab in February 2022 because of the ASU strike. And coming to Collab from a purely medical background, I always thought tech was all about writing code, but the community here at Collab has exposed me to various opportunities, and in the process, I took the product design class.
My name is Peter Okobi, but popularly known as Pablo. I'm a data scientist, data science educator, director of people and operations at Collab Innovation Hub. For the most part, Collab stands for community. We use community as a vehicle to drive the things we do. We use community as a vehicle to build tech skills. We use community as a vehicle to build an ecosystem of people who have skills and get people to learn it by building this social habit around learning people.
Before coming here, I spent a year learning on my own without actually being sure whether I was making progress at all. But ever since coming to Collab, I've been able to actually validate all of the things that I've been learning. I've worked on so many projects and I've come so far. And I would recommend Collab to anybody who wants to start in data science and has no idea where to go.
Thankfully, I have also had the opportunity to work with international organizations, and also I now run my startup called ShareSell, which basically helps suppliers and resellers earn more and sell more. I'm really thankful and grateful to Collab for this opportunity to grow, serve, and learn.
I would always recommend Collab Innovation Hub for everyone starting out their tech journey from zero to hero.
Coming to Collab has even helped me to forget the whole ASU strike, and I am having the time of my life here at Collab.
You will find Collab alumni in different parts of the world, in top companies in the world. And it all started from Barnoa here, and we're pushing it because we're trying to make Kaduna State a tech destination.
I think they said everything. I don't know what to say anymore. So I meant to make a presentation about Collab and what it's about, and I'll keep it very short. Collab is an innovation hub based in Kaduna. It's the first one. It was opened in October 6 years ago, funny enough. At Collab, we do two things, in summary. One, we try to accelerate talent to the point where they're globally competitive. And secondly, we try to support startups also to the point where they're globally competitive. We do this through 4 pillars or 4 mechanisms. One of them is community. We believe that community is, the most important ingredient when it comes to learning, when it comes to building stuff, because the founder's journey can be very lonely. So we're invested heavily in community. The second pillar is talent. So from our talent programs, we typically do not do what they call digital skills training, but we do talent acceleration, meaning that our goal for people who go through our talent programs are that they are competent enough to work in any company in the world. And as a testament to that, today we have tons of people who still live in Kaduna and serve companies like Paxful, Microsoft, Goldman Sachs, and a host of other ones. The third thing that, pillar that we're built on is innovation, right? Like, we think that the world is constantly changing. So the ways and methods
that we approach things like talent, things like business, have to also evolve. So we're constantly, innovating. And then the last bit of those 4 pillars is infrastructure. So, I mean, we know that today, internet access is not the greatest. Access to power is not the greatest. So we try to provide like an enabling environment that will allow your productivity really sort of shoot up. So in the time that we've been open, in those 6 years, we have trained a couple of thousands of people. I personally don't keep track because I don't report to anybody, and my goal is not, to have fancy reports that I'm showing and shipping to donors up and down. But what is different between like a lot of people who do what we do and us is that we can actually point to people and say, this person came here and this year, this is where the person works today, right? So we have a ton of people like that. We also, like I said, work with startups. Startups was actually where we started from before we went back the pipeline to talent when we were not finding enough talent. We've worked with a lot of startups. Today, the startups that we've worked with, we've incubated, have in total together probably received over $67 million in investment. Again, all from Kaduna. Thank you very much. And I mean, our goal is just singular. Our goal is at CoLab is to build a technology ecosystem across Northern Nigeria that is headquartered in Kaduna. And everything that we do revolves around that goal. So like I said, we've done this for 6 years. We have a bunch of programs that are running, and sort of like the next evolution or the evolution of what we are doing now is what you might have heard about, which is the Kaduna Technology City that we're working on in partnership with the state government. And the whole idea of it is, how do we make a community like CoLab on a city level, right? How do you get hundreds or thousands of people to live in the same space, become a community, rub up each other to the point where they're productive, rub up each other to the point where they're all global class, and such that you have access to mentors and learning that you cannot have access to anywhere else. In my experience, one of the most interesting things about CoLab is the idea that you can sit down as a newbie, writing either your first line of code or drawing your first line in Figma, and sit down next to someone who has done that for 10, 12 years, someone who has worked, in international companies, someone who is still working in international companies. There is no other mode of learning that can beat that, right? So in a nutshell, I'm not much of a salesman. That is what CoLab is about. If I have a few more minutes, I'm happy to answer any questions that are there, and I'll be done. No questions? That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanusi. I think I don't even have to say it. We've been hearing about CoLab from the start of this event up until now. So I think their work speaks for itself. So I'll quickly move on to the next item on our agenda. I know it's about 3:30 right now and we're all tired and hot. We're going to come back with our second session of pitching, where we have ShareCell. Can you please join me on the stage? Okay. Thank you so much. So yeah, same concept. Please listen to them. I don't know why you're being stingy or shy, but please keep your interests open, your mind open. You never know, right? So good luck, guys, and pitch away. Yeah.
Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Mudia. This is my co-founder, Praise. We are a startup from CoLab, and today we're going to talk about ShareCell, which is a social platform, a social commerce platform that enables people, suppliers to earn more and resellers to sell more.
All right, Africa is a continent of entrepreneurs. I didn't just make this up because there's data to back it. According to the Roland Berger Research and the World Bank, Africa has the highest percentage of entrepreneurs in any continent in the world. This is a very interesting fact. And as interesting as this is, these entrepreneurs are plagued by what we call an acute funding gap. And this funding gap is up to about $300 billion. And now this funding gap is affecting entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs have the business know-how, they have the skill set, but they lack the funding to actually start businesses and scale them to the next level they're supposed to. Now, this is limiting them, and we believe with ShareCell, we have been able to solve this. So,
all right, so basically, ShareCell is an online marketplace, right? Let's say, nice right up there, but drop shipping for Africans or drop shipping for Nigerians, right? The idea basically, what we did is we connected entrepreneurs to suppliers, manufacturers, but I'm on this platform. I made it easier for these suppliers to market to their end users at a fraction of their marketing and distribution costs. So I'm going to need two of my friends, OS, Selu, and Sharon. I want to do like a quick story time just to demonstrate how ShareCell works. Is that cool? Awesome. All right, so before we even go any further, right, as they're here, who are like these entrepreneurs that can be on platform? We're looking at people who have time on their hands, people who can sell stuff, people who have this network. Talking about stay-at-home moms, students, youth corps members. You'd be amazed at the amount of social presence these people have, right? And then there are also a ton of people who have a social presence and sell stuff to them. Commerce in Africa right now has become very, very social. We mostly go to Jumia to check for the price of stuff and then tweet or send an Instagram post or a WhatsApp post like, hey, I want to get an iPhone. Who sells an iPhone? And then someone plugs you to someone who sells an iPhone, and then you have a conversation. But now let me give you the mental model around that. So I want to buy an iPhone, right? I put up online like, hey, I want to buy an iPhone 14. Who sells? My WhatsApp status. Uselu is a seller. He hits me up, right? I'm like, hey, guy, I have an iPhone. Sharon, this way. Sharon has plenty money. You can see how well dressed she is. So she brings in iPhones in bulk, like 10,000 pieces, right? So Sharon's on our platform already, and she's like, oh, I've heard of ShareCell. I'm just going to list the iPhones I have. I'm only bringing the iPhone 14 Pro and the iPhone 14 Pro Max from 256 GB. She lists that on our platform. She puts her price of, she's been kind, 900,000 Naira, right? Oh, so Luke goes there and like, phones deal. This guy wants to buy an iPhone. Shaman, how far I get iPhone to sell? 1.2. I say, guy, that money high. Let's run it. 1.1. You understand? So Luke will haggle because now the commerce market in Nigeria has a thick layer of haggling, right? I have entered your price. They'll show me price. I'm like, how much last? Because this price is not balancing. So Luke tells me 1.1, right? And I say, okay, cool. Send it over. What I need to do. So he just goes back to ShareCell. Sees a product of 900K, right? And on top of that, generates a payment link. That payment link allows him to add his own markup. Are you following? So from 900K, he's making a 200K profit, sends me the link, and then I buy. Now, before ShareCell existed, what people will do is he will call Sharon and say, how far? I get buyer for phone. She'll be like, okay, now send the money, right? And then he will collect the money for the phone and send to her. And then she will send her boy to go take the phone to God is goods to know how much it is for delivery. Then call back Uselu. The Uselu will call me back and say, Chairman, delivery for this phone at 15,000. Do you understand? That's a lot. That's like too much back and forth. Actually, also, what would allow happen is as soon as he sends me that link, I put in my delivery details. Simple. We have, when she was listing, she put in the item address, right, which is the pickup address. My delivery details basically calculated by DHL and Sendbox. I see the amount I'm paying and the delivery details. I make a transfer. We integrated Sudo, who you saw today, for our payment checkout. As soon as that payment happens, the delivery partners got a message. We go and pick up the phone from where she is. We have written the code and created infrastructure for all of this to happen seamlessly. Now, the delivery partner goes to check it out. Now, we realize that one of the biggest problems with e-commerce is what I ordered versus what I got. So at ShareCell, we came up with a very thorough checklist, which we have an agreement to our delivery partners to check for, right? Before you pick up this product and say that, hey, pickup has been completed. That's to ensure quality. We also have a checklist for ensuring quality for suppliers. But even on the supplier end or on the pickup end, we do that. As soon as this is picked up, Uselu gets his money, his 200K markup, and she gets a 900K markup. Pretty straightforward, right? Now we have cut away all the chatter and jibby jabber that goes on before making a purchase. And that is in a nutshell how ShareSell works. Chairman, the slides you have gone for. Come back some more. Now, how do you use ShareSell? In 2 minutes, right? Anybody who is an entrepreneur can come to our platform and register as a reseller. I've already given you the gist of how we get stock, right? Going to suppliers and manufacturers. Now you come as a reseller, you sign up, you create your account, you publicize as usual to your social markets, right? And then you can generate links, send to your buyer imputes their delivery details. We on the fly calculate the delivery amount. And then once payment is made, our logistic partners basically go and pick it up. So that's the gist of how ShareSell works. Are we good so far? Awesome.
All right, so over to me. I'm the numbers guy at ShareSell. The next slide, please. So we are making money for people. The question then is, how does ShareSell make money? So we make money when you make money. Now for the supplier, we have a commission of 3%. So she's listing a product for 900,000. When she completes a sale, we take 3% of 900,000, but we capped that at 5,000 naira because 3% of 900,000 is more than 5,000, right? So the next avenue we take money is from Oselu, who is making a markup, a profit of 200,000. We're only going to take 9.5% of that. 9.5% of 200,000 is slightly around 20,000. I'm telling you, I will give you 200,000, but all you have to give me is 20,000. Won't you agree? Good. So we also have a revenue target per transaction. For each successful transaction that happens on ShareSell, we plan to make a minimum of $1. And $1 in this case is 500 naira. And we believe, we are very conservative about our projections. We believe that we will be processing 10,000 transactions monthly.
Try to stop.
Can I have our attention, please? Thank you very much. Everybody is good. Nobody fell. So we have conservatively projected that by our month 6, we will be making 10,000 transactions monthly. And by the end of year 2, we'll be making 1 million transactions monthly. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right, so this is our projections, our revenue projections. We project that by year 1, we would make a revenue of $450,000. By year 2, we'll make a revenue of $5.5 million. And by year 3, we'll make a revenue of $120 million. You might have a question, why is year 3's revenue very far from year 2? What we plan to do at the end of year 2 is to scale this product to other African countries. So we're looking at scaling to Ghana. We're looking at scaling to Rwanda. We already have logistic partners who operate in this terrain. So it will be very easy for us to scale to these countries. Now, we anticipate that in 3 years, which is by 2025, ShareSell will have been able to help 3 million people set up profitable online businesses. And when we do that, the implication is that we'll have helped about 200,000 people create jobs directly and indirectly, and which I think is a good thing for everybody. Next slide, please. All right, so this is our milestone so far. We began the process of web development or the web application development in April 2022. And by July 2022, we were able to make the first successful transaction in ShareSell, which was a very important day for us at ShareSell. Now, we did a beta launch, which is like a test launch with a few suppliers and resellers. And so far, in September, we generated a revenue of about $50. And $50 was generated in about 15 days. This is a sign to show people really want this. They want this solution. This solution works for them. Next slide, please. Okay, this is made it Oh,
I just told him I wanted that, oh, like we have commitment by 6-7 for tomorrow. We all need to like be in different places.
How do you handle what's left?
He just said
What's the time right now?
Ended.
What's the
and
time right
I feel somehow I don't.
Wait, what's the time right
It's
3:30.
3:30.
How many
Doesn't
hours
end
do
till
you
5.
So you have like 3 more hours, right?
No, 1.5.
And so if they can do it's 3:30 now, if they can do
But
5
they can
to
still
6,
be ready, right? The ones pitching.
you could just take one of the most important. You could take one of the most
Do you think
important.
I should ask them if they want to continue without like?
They can do the presentations in the metaverse. That's the only event that will happen in the metaverse.
But then we can't.
So what? So is it going to let us have the event by 8 o'clock? Can't we do it?
We can't.
We can't.
We can't.
What?
None of us.
Can't we do it by 9? Can't we do it by 9?
Yesterday we were here till 11:30 p.m.
Okay, tomorrow. At what time does the visiting place end?
6:30 a.m. we're out.
No, tomorrow by what time does it end?
5:30, 6:30. Then we prepare for
Preparation. The big one.
Hello.
Tell him right.
Are you coming? This one.
Solution is that let them.
Okay. Don't worry. He just said it.
Sorry? No. There's no way out. Tell them that they should, those that are pitching, they should do the pitching video. We'll create.
We already have it.
Good. Then we'll just create a booth. Then everybody that's interested, since
On
and
the
then
metaverse?
yeah. Then we'll do that. Then also what we're doing now is that today we want to pull out a. Yeah. So what's plan? Okay, call you right now. Very packed up already. So.
Hi guys. I'm sorry, I'm going to be the most horrible person, but I've been directed to close this event. I am panicking. I don't know if you are, but what I'm thinking is maybe we can push the rest of the items on the agenda to the metaverse. If that's okay, we'll make sure we upload all the videos. There's also going to be an instructional video later tonight, I think. So you can navigate the metaverse easier, and we'll make sure we push out everything on there and you get to experience it virtually. Unfortunately, the rain has gotten to most of their systems. I don't think we're able to continue right now. So I sincerely apologize, but thank you for showing up, and I hope you had an almost great expo, and I hope you all join the metaverse when it kicks. Thank you once again, and I'm so sorry for ending it impromptu. So sorry.
Get us, man. I'm sorry. So,